talk to the man. It's gotten out of hand. Yeah, I know what time it is. Time to talk to the man. It's gotten out of hand. We're putting gender-based violence on lockdown. Genius. Listen, when it's crazy how we continue to live in silence, when our neighbors face constant violence. Man, you say it, but you turn away. When your friends and brothers beat her every day, we can't support it, no ignore it. Man up, gonna confront it. Take a stand, bro, no excuse, bro. Man up, we gonna confront it.
It's time for men to stand firm in our community.
You can put violence on lockdown.
Wake up, take charge, it starts with you
I
and
said,
me.
put gender-based violence on lockdown.
Break the silence, protect our society.
You can put this violence on lockdown.
Enough is enough, unite the community.
I say, put gender-based violence on lockdown. Yeah, no one deserves it. The pain and hurt inflicts. Putting hands on a woman after a drink. She has dreams, but he just thinks of her as weak. To the men that watch, abuse, insults, late night bros and fist fights. Say it's not that serious. The drama won't stop until he kills her. Could be your mother, daughter or sister. Wake up, my brothers, it's time to stop now. We can't support it, no ignore it. Man up, gonna confront it. Take a stand, bro, no excuse, bro. Man up, we gonna confront it.
It's time for men to stand firm in our community.
You can put violence on lockdown.
Wake up, take charge, it starts with you
I
and
said,
me.
put gender-based violence on lockdown.
Break the silence, protect our society.
You can put this violence on lockdown.
Enough is enough, unite the community.
I say, put gender-based violence on lockdown. Yeah. Can't you see she living in hell, bloody nose and broken jaw? The victim each day hides behind makeup, yo. Excuse, it's the business to make up, yo. But every second is like hair for our sisters, bro. You know, we can't support it, no ignore it. Man up, gonna confront it. Take a stand, bro, no excuse, bro. Man up, we gonna confront it.
It's time for men to stand firm in our community.
You can put violence on lockdown.
Wake up, take charge, it starts with you
I
and
said,
me.
put gender-based violence on lockdown.
Break the silence, protect our society.
You can put this violence on lockdown.
Enough is enough, unite the community.
I say, put gender-based violence on lockdown.
It's time for men to stand firm in our community.
You can put violence on lockdown.
Wake up, take charge, it starts with you
I
and
said,
me.
put gender-based violence on lockdown.
Break the silence, protect our society.
You can put this violence on lockdown.
Enough is enough, unite the community.
I say, put gender-based violence on lockdown. Have the courage to look at everybody as a human being. No more jokes. Real men have no excuse. Gender-based violence on lockdown. Code 9. We can't support it. No ignore it. Man up. We can't support it. Hey yo. Yeah, I know what time it is. Time to talk to the man. It's gotten out of hand. We're putting gender-based violence on lockdown. Genius. Listen.
Nibuchirwerikana tunaunire kandi bagenzi betwi banemwagalibwa neriswiranganya twimane malumelume tukilwanisa yekutsibi twangayita akatabanguko mwamaka siele oyitolererilwa naundi mundu kabye mulume kutse omukali oyitolererirwa na mwenzi wiwe. Kusangwa buli mundu awito biloto.
It's time for men to start forming our community.
Tunze wakatabanguko.
Wake up, take charge, it starts with you and me.
Tunze wakatabanguko.
Break the silence, protect our society.
Tunze wakatabanguko.
Enough is enough, unite the community.
Tunze wakatabanguko.
Can't you see she living in hell, bloody nose and broken jaw? The victim each day hides behind makeup, yo. Excuse, it's the business to make up, yo. But every second is like hell for our sisters, bro. You know, we can't support it, no ignore it. Man up, gonna confront it. Take a stand, bro, no excuse, bro. Man up, we gonna confront it.
It's time for men to start forming our community.
You can put violence on lockdown.
Wake up, take charge, it starts with you
I
and
said,
me.
put gender-based violence on lockdown.
Break the silence, protect our society.
You can put this violence on lockdown.
Enough is enough, unite the community.
I say, put gender-based violence on lockdown.
It's time for men to start forming our community.
You can put violence on lockdown.
Wake up, take charge, it starts with you
I
and
said,
me.
put gender-based violence on lockdown.
Break the silence, protect our society.
You can put this violence on lockdown.
Enough is enough, unite the community.
I say, put gender-based violence on lockdown. Have the courage to look at everybody as a human being. No more jokes. Real men have no excuse. Gender-based violence on lockdown. Code 9. We can support it. No ignore it. Man up. We can support it. Hey yo, y'all know what time it is? Time to talk to the man. It's gotten out of hand. We're putting gender-based violence on lockdown. Genius. Listen.
Mpe nafasi, msimnyanyese, anastahili upendo kama wengine. Bali wanaume wanamtumia kwa udhaifu wake, wanampiga, wanamsimanga, wanamtesa. Huoni anavyohangaika, huoni anavyoteseka. Ana makovu kila sehemu ya mwili wake. Tafakari maumivu haya kwa niaba yake.
It's time for men to start forming our community.
Tuweke unyanyasaji kwenye lockdown.
Wake up, take charge, it starts with you and me.
Unyanyasaji wa kijinsia kwenye lockdown.
Break the silence, protect our society.
Tuweke unyanyasaji kwenye lockdown.
Enough is enough, unite the community.
Unyanyasaji wa kijinsia kwenye lockdown.
Can't you see she living in hell, bloody nose and broken jaw? The victim each day hides behind makeup, yo. Excuse, it's the business to make up, yo. But every second is like hell for our sisters, bro. You know, we can't support it, no ignore it. Man up, gonna confront it. Take a stand, bro, no excuse, bro. Man up, we gonna confront it.
It's time for men to start forming our community.
You can put violence on lockdown.
Wake up, take charge, it starts with you
I
and
said,
me.
put gender-based violence on lockdown.
Break the silence, protect our society.
You can put this violence on lockdown.
Enough is enough, unite the community.
I say, put gender-based violence on lockdown.
It's time for men to start forming our community.
You can put violence on lockdown.
Wake up, take charge, it starts with you
I
and
said,
me.
put gender-based violence on lockdown.
Break the silence, protect our society.
You can put this violence on lockdown.
Enough is enough, unite the community.
I say, put gender-based violence on lockdown. Have the courage to look at everybody as a human being. No more jokes. Real men have no excuse. Gender-based violence on lockdown. Code 9. We can support it, no
Take
ignore
our
it.
society.
We can support it.
Stand up.
Time to talk to the man. It's gotten out of hand. We're putting gender-based violence on lockdown. Genius.
Nyato be small.
Listen.
Patotwal kawa mede kileo. Nyeri chika fudo dahone mede kineno. Meno fuje kok neno kineno. Wa wero neno wa pergitwa neno. Wa winyu dwi er wa ling nitir. Jala kure mon wa kok dir. Obero ticho weng meka tati. Meloka ti kum kuru. Kay mero tiku pay pen kufu. Lok eni pegi te toro. Pegi kan chalo monka dero tone chip. Bay il chinka goe sini look chip. Ka bay il manak, with him a knock. Bay lock madam with dog full belly. Nan kita daho jot kede. Tampi twe twin me nina neno tuju. I waja nwoy, papi twa ho timbi dog a da. Kwera da. Dog matwal papi linya. Wanga wero lobo ngeo raja team geri come on.
It's time for men to stand firm in our community.
Wanna get a wet team geri come on.
Wake up, take charge, it starts with you and me.
Chaki anu wero team geri.
Break the silence, protect our society.
Kara kero roma ke wet geri come on.
Enough is enough, unite the community.
Chaki anu wero team geri.
Yeah. Can't you see she living in hell, bloody nose and broken jaw? The victim each day hides behind makeup, yo. Excuse, it's the business to make up, yo. But every second is like hell for our sisters, bro. You know, we can't support it, no ignore it. Man up, gonna confront it. Take a stand, bro. No excuse, bro. Man up, we gonna confront it.
It's time for men to stand firm in our community.
You can put violence on lockdown.
Wake up, take charge, it starts with you
I
and
said,
me.
put gender-based violence on lockdown.
Break the silence, protect our society.
You can put this violence on lockdown.
Enough is enough, unite the community.
I say, put gender-based violence on lockdown.
It's time for men to stand firm in our community.
You can put violence on lockdown.
Wake up, take charge, it starts with you
I
and
said,
me.
put gender-based violence on lockdown.
Break the silence, protect our society.
You can put this violence on lockdown.
Enough is enough, unite the community.
I say, put gender-based violence on lockdown. Have the courage to look at everybody as a human being. No more jokes. Real men have no excuse. Gender-based violence on lockdown. Code 9. We can support it. No ignore it. Man up. We can support it. Hey yo. Yeah, I know what time it is. Time to talk to the man. It's gotten out of hand. We're putting gender-based violence on lockdown. Genius. Listen.
Ikwayo ilego nirwon Mungu malipolu ukeliri ngati maleng daku mumeri inyamu daku peri ikeli ot unywala wiamu ginario kwolo keretek angeyu kwolo keretek chiwi yigamu win maro ichwinyito decheng ifude de war ifude and tajik enu igami yapwengi jik enu yapwengi oh.
It's time for men to stand firm in our community.
Wake to Gary Perino on lockdown.
Wake up, take charge, it starts with you and me.
Geru Ibamon on lockdown.
Break the silence, protect our society.
Geru Ibamon on lockdown.
Enough is enough, unite the community.
Wake to Gary Perino on lockdown.
Yeah. Can't you see she living in hell, bloody nose and broken jaw? The victim each day hides behind makeup, yo. Excuse, it's the business to make up, yo. But every second is like hell for our sisters, bro. You know, we can't support it, no ignore it. Man up, gonna confront it. Take a stand, bro. No excuse, bro. Man up, we gonna confront it.
It's time for men to stop bombing our community.
You can put violence on lockdown.
Wake up, take charge, it starts with you
I
and
said
me.
put gender-based violence on lockdown.
Break the silence, protect our society.
You can put this violence on lockdown.
Enough is enough, unite the community.
I say put gender-based violence on lockdown.
It's time for men to stop bombing our community.
You can put violence on lockdown.
Wake up, take charge, it starts with you
I
and
said
me.
put gender-based violence on lockdown.
Break the silence, protect our society.
You can put this violence on lockdown.
Enough is enough, unite the community.
I say put gender-based violence on lockdown. Have the courage to look at everybody as a human being. No more jokes. Real men have no excuse. Gender-based violence on lockdown. Code 9. We can support it. No ignore it. Mother. We can support it. Hey yo. Yeah, I know what time it is. Time to talk to the man. It's gotten out of hand. We're putting gender-based violence on lockdown. Listen.
Erono iboreli lingere iwone kidi chekile kidi chabera lodi yete koni nyikili kongite ete ngakiro iti ya de nguna rono ko kililingete de cheki lokato idichi yekwena dang idichi goriche idichi kililingi cheki emamujik ngililinge do wa cheki toro ko ngakiro iti ya da longare ni ko de mamutunga nando untaria bana kopana kana kidi changona ngemereta nyikili ko anyo uni do wa ngemani kane tonjongota kidichinga bere binga tu alima yong emani kane tonjongota kidichinga bere binga tu abere rai na kinet ai na kineta nini ka kuch
It's time for men to stop bombing our community.
Kiwaje guri on the lockdown.
Wake up, take charge, it starts with you and me.
Akidichinga bere kiwak on the lockdown.
Break the silence, protect our society.
Guri kiwak on the lockdown.
Enough is enough, unite the community.
Akidichinga bere kiwak on the lockdown.
Yo. Can't you see she living in hell, bloody nose and broken jaw? The victim each day hides behind makeup, yo. Excuse, it's the business to make up, yo. But every second is like hell for our sisters, bro. You know, we can support it, no ignore it. Man up, gonna confront it. Take a stand, bro. No excuse, bro. Man up, we gonna confront it.
It's time for men to stop bombing our community.
You can put violence on lockdown.
Wake up, take charge, it starts with you
I
and
said
me.
put gender-based violence on lockdown.
Break the silence, protect our society.
You can put this violence on lockdown.
Enough is enough, unite the community.
I say put gender-based violence on lockdown.
It's time for men to stop bombing our community.
You can put violence on lockdown.
Wake up, take charge, it starts with you
I
and
said
me.
put gender-based violence on lockdown.
Break the silence, protect our society.
You can put this violence on lockdown.
Enough is enough, unite the community.
I say put gender-based violence on lockdown. Have the courage to look at everybody as a human being. No more jokes. Real men have no excuse. Gender-based violence on lockdown. Code 9. We can support it. No ignore it. Mother. We can support it. Hey yo. Yeah, I know what time it is. Time to talk to the man. It's gotten out of hand. We're putting gender-based violence on lockdown. Genius. Listen.
nibuchirweri kana tunaunire kandi bagenzi betri banemwagalibwa neriswirangania twimane malumelume tuchilwanisa yekutsibi twangaita akatabanguko mwamaka tiele oyitolererilwa naundi mundu kabye mulume kutse omukali tiele oyitolererilwa na mwenzi wiwe kusangwa buli mundu awito biloto.
It's time for men to stand firm in our community.
Tunze wakatabanguko.
Wake up, take charge, it starts with you and me.
Tunze wakatabanguko.
Break the silence, protect our society.
Tunze wakatabanguko.
Enough is enough, unite the community.
Tunze wakatabanguko.
Can't you see she living in hell, bloody nose and broken jaw? The victim each day hides behind makeup, yo. Excuse, it's the business to make up, yo. But every second is like hell for our sisters, bro. You know, we can't support it, no ignore it. Man up, gonna confront it. Take a stand, bro, no excuse, bro. Man up, we gonna confront it.
It's time for men to stand firm in our community.
You can put violence on lockdown.
Wake up, take charge, it starts with you
I
and
said,
me.
put gender-based violence on lockdown.
Break the silence, protect our society.
You can put this violence on lockdown.
Enough is enough, unite the community.
I said, put gender-based violence on lockdown.
It's time for men to stand firm in our community.
You can put violence on lockdown.
Wake up, take charge, it starts with you
I
and
said,
me.
put gender-based violence on lockdown.
Break the silence, protect our society.
You can put this violence on lockdown.
Enough is enough, unite the community.
I said, put gender-based violence on lockdown. Have the courage to look at everybody as a human being. No more jokes. Real men have no excuse. Gender-based violence on lockdown. Code 9. We can support it. No ignorance. Man up. We can support it. Hey yo. Yeah, I know what time it is. Time to talk to the man. It's gotten out of hand. We're putting gender-based violence on lockdown. Genius. Listen.
Mpe nafasi, msimnyanyese, anastahili upendo kama wengine. Bali wanaume wanamtumia kwa udhaifu wake, wanampiga, wanamsimanga, wanamtesa. Huoni anavyohangaika, huoni anavyoteseka. Ana makovu kila sehemu ya mwili wake. Tafakari maumivu haya kwa niaba yake.
It's time for men to stand firm in our community.
Tuweke unyanyasaji kwenye lockdown.
Wake up, take charge, it starts with you and me.
Unyanyasaji wa kijinsia kwenye lockdown.
Break the silence, protect our society.
Tuweke unyanyasaji kwenye lockdown.
Enough is enough, unite the community.
Unyanyasaji wa kijinsia kwenye lockdown.
Yeah. Can't you see she living in hell, bloody nose and broken jaw? The victim each day hides behind makeup, yo. Excuse, it's the business to make up, yo. But every second is like hell for our sisters, bro. You know, we can't support it, no ignore it. Man up, gonna confront it. Take a stand, bro, no excuse, bro. Man up, we gonna confront it.
It's time for men to stand firm in our community.
You can put violence on lockdown.
Wake up, take charge, it starts with you
I
and
said,
me.
put gender-based violence on lockdown.
Break the silence, protect our society.
You can put this violence on lockdown.
Enough is enough, unite the community.
I say, put gender-based violence on lockdown.
It's time for men to stand firm in our community.
You can put violence on lockdown.
Wake up, take charge, it starts with you
I
and
say,
me.
put gender-based violence on lockdown.
Break the silence, protect our society.
You can put this violence on lockdown.
Enough is enough, unite the community.
I say gender-based violence on lockdown. Have the courage to look at everybody as a human being. No more jokes. Real men have no excuse. Gender-based violence on lockdown. Code 9. We can support it. No ignore it. Mother. We can support it.
Stand up.
Hey yo, yeah, I know what time it is. Time to talk to the man. It's gotten out of hand. We're putting gender-based violence on lockdown. Genius. Listen, when it's crazy how we continue to live in silence when our neighbors face constant violence. When you say it, but you turn away. When your friends and brothers beat her every day. We can't support it, no ignore it. Man up, gonna confront it. Take a stand, bro, no excuse, bro. Man up, we gonna confront it.
It's time for men to stand firm in our community.
You can put violence on lockdown.
Wake up, take charge, it starts with you
I
and
said
me.
put gender-based violence on lockdown.
Break the silence, protect our society.
You can put this violence on lockdown.
Enough is enough, unite the community.
I say put gender-based violence on lockdown. Yeah, no one deserves it. The pain and hurt inflicts. Putting hands on a woman after a drink. She has dreams, but he just thinks of her as weak. The men that watch, abuse, insults, late night brawls and fist fights. Say it's not that serious. The drama won't stop until he kills her. Could be your mother, daughter or sister. Wake up, my brothers. It's time to stop now. We can't support it, no ignore it. Man up, gonna confront it. Take a stand, bro, no excuse, bro. Man up, we gonna confront it.
It's time for men to stand firm in our community.
You can put violence on lockdown.
Wake up, take charge, it starts with you
I
and
said
me.
put gender-based violence on lockdown.
Break the silence, protect our society.
You can put this violence on lockdown.
Enough is enough, unite the community.
I say put gender-based violence on lockdown. Yeah. Can't you see she living in hell, bloody nose and broken jaw? The victim each day hides behind makeup, yo. Excuse, it's the business to make up, yo. But every second is like hair for our sisters, bro. You know, we can't support it, no ignore it. Man up, gonna confront it. Take a stand, bro, no excuse, bro. Man up, we gonna confront it.
It's time for men to stand firm in our community.
You can put violence on lockdown.
Wake up, take charge, it starts with you
I
and
said
me.
put gender-based violence on lockdown.
Break the silence, protect our society.
You can put this violence on lockdown.
Enough is enough, unite the community.
I say put gender-based violence on lockdown.
It's time for men to stand firm in our community.
You can put violence on lockdown.
Wake up, take charge, it starts with you
I
and
said
me.
put gender-based violence on lockdown.
Break the silence, protect our society.
You can put this violence on lockdown.
Enough is enough, unite the community.
I say put gender-based violence on lockdown. Have the courage to look at everybody as a human being. No more jokes. Real men have no excuse. Gender-based violence on lockdown. Code 9. We can support it, no ignore it. Man up. We can support it.
Stand up.
Hey yo, yeah, I know what time it is. Time to talk to the man. It's gotten out of hand. We're putting gender-based violence on lockdown. Genius.
Nyato be small.
Listen.
Patotwal kawa mede kileo. Nyeri chika food dahone mede kineno. Meno fuje kok neno kineno. Wa wego neno wa bergi tuan neno. Wa winyu dwi er wa ling ni tir. Jala kure mon wa kok tir. Obero tito weng meka tati. Meloka ti kum kuru. Kay mero tiku pay pen kufu. Lok eni pegi te toro. Pegi kan chalo monka dero tone chip. Bay il chinka koe sini look chip. Ka bay dilo manak, wude manak. Bay lok madam dog full belly. Nen kita daho jot kede. Tampi twe twin me mine neno tuju. Awaja nwonya papi traho timi doha da. Kwera da. Dok matwal papi linya. Wanga wero lobo ngeu racha team geri come on.
It's time for men to stand firm in our community.
Wanna get a wet team geri come on.
Wake up, take charge, it starts with you and me.
Chaki ano wero team geri.
Break the silence, protect our society.
Kara chero roma ke wet geri come on.
Enough is enough, unite the community.
Chaki ano wero team geri.
Yo. Can't you see she living in hell, bloody nose and broken jaw? The victim each day hides behind makeup, yo. Excuse, it's the business to make up, yo. But every second is like hell for our sisters, bro. You know, we can't support it, no ignore it. Man up, gonna confront it. Take a stand, bro. No excuse, bro. Man up, we gonna confront it.
It's time for men to stand firm in our community.
You can put violence on lockdown.
Wake up, take charge, it starts with you
I
and
said,
me.
put gender-based violence on lockdown.
Break the silence, protect our society.
You can put this violence on lockdown.
Enough is enough, unite the community.
I say, put gender-based violence on lockdown.
It's time for men to stand firm in our community.
You can put violence on lockdown.
Wake up, take charge, it starts with you
I
and
said,
me.
put gender-based violence on lockdown.
Break the silence, protect our society.
You can put this violence on lockdown.
Enough is enough, unite the community.
I say, put gender-based violence on lockdown. Have the courage to look at everybody as a human being. No more judgment. We can support it. Hey yo, yeah, I know what time it is. Time to talk to the man. It's gotten out of hand. We're putting gender-based violence on lockdown. Genius. Listen.
Ikwayo ilego nirwon Mungu malipolu ukeliri ngati maleng dako mumeri inyamo dako peri ikeli ot unywala wiamu ginario kwolo kerete angeyu kwolo kerete chiwi yigamu win maro ichwinyito de cheng ifude de war ifude antarctic enu igami abwengi tik enu yabwengi oh.
It's time for men to stand firm in our community.
Wake to Gary Perino on lockdown.
Wake up, take charge, it starts with you and me.
Geru Ibamon on lockdown.
Break the silence, protect our society.
Geru Ibamon on lockdown.
Enough is enough, unite the community.
Wake to Gary Perino on lockdown.
Yeah. Can't you see she living in hell, bloody nose and broken jaw? The victim each day hides behind makeup, yo. Excuse, it's the business to make up, yo. But every second is like hell for our sisters, bro. You know, we can't support it, no ignore it. Man up, gonna confront it. Take a stand, bro. No excuse, bro. Man up, we gonna confront it.
It's time for men to stand firm in our community.
You can put violence on lockdown.
Wake up, take charge, it starts with you
I
and
said,
me.
put gender-based violence on lockdown.
Break the silence, protect our society.
You can put this violence on lockdown.
Enough is enough, unite the community.
I say, put gender-based violence on lockdown.
It's time for men to stand firm in our community.
You can put violence on lockdown.
Wake up, take charge, it starts with you
I said, put gender-based violence on lockdown.
Break the silence, protect our
You
society.
and you can put this violence on lockdown.
Enough is enough, unite the community.
I said, put gender-based violence on lockdown. Have the courage to look at everybody as a human being. No more jokes. Real men have no excuse. Gender-based violence on lockdown. Code 9. We can support it. No ignorance. Murder. We can support it. Hey yo, yeah, I know what time it is. Time to talk to the man. It's gotten out of hand. We're putting gender-based violence on lockdown. Genius. Listen.
Ikwayo ilego nirwon Mungu malipolu ukeliri ngati maleng dako mumeri inyamo dako pe
Hello. Morning, everyone. You're most welcome, everyone, to this occasion today. It's a highly scientific event, yes. We're expecting more members of parliament to join us, but I thought we could get started because I know that we have an online audience that has been holding up there for this long. I hope our guests online, we can hear each other very well. I'd like to thank you, just as the guests that are in the hall here, for being there and ensuring that we participate in this key event. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very, very, very important event today because of its nature and what we are going to be talking about. So it's a very, very high level event, engagement, and having honorable members of parliament with you for this discussion is a key score for us. I'm called Frank Mugabi, and I do communications for the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development. Allow me to recognize here already the presence of Honorable Okayo Peter. You're most welcome, sir. A round of applause from the members around would be very good. And we also have Honorable Akol Anthony here with us. More MPs are coming into the building. We are in touch with them. Yes, Honorable? They are coming. We are in touch with them, and they will be joining us in a short while. Nevertheless, just to let you know what we are doing today, this is an advocacy meeting with the members of parliament, and what we want to discuss is financing of GBV interventions in ministries, departments, agencies, and local government plans and budgets. Last week we had a discussion over the same with the permanent secretaries. We had ministers there, heads of UN agencies were with us, and it was a very fruitful discussion. This meeting goes to feed into a discussion we have already had. As you realize, female genital mutilation is a topic we have been discussing for a long time as a country in Uganda. And like you'll be hearing tonight, we have made great strides in ensuring that female genital mutilation is ended. You realize that GBV as a whole, which we shall be discussing today, gender-based violence, female genital mutilation is just a part of GBV. Sorry, I needed to correct that. You realize that GBV, as you'll be hearing tonight, has very, very adverse negative impacts on our national development aspirations. And if we don't tackle the issue, then our country is going to continue losing a lot of resources, because a lot of resources go into managing GBV cases. But you also lose a lot of time. You lose a lot of energy from people that should be spending time into productive work. If somebody is battered at home and they are not able to wake up in the morning and go and participate in an economic activity, be it a small-scale enterprise, be it a large-scale nature of work, there is a way it impacts on our economic development. Because development is an addition of everybody's effort. Me, you, and everyone else, whatever we do, is what translates into economic development for a country. It's not something you go and buy in a supermarket. It's something everybody has to make a contribution to as a country. So, it's very important that issues concerning gender-based violence are addressed squarely, but you can't do that if you don't have the necessary resources of influence and power in allocating resources in this country. And therefore, for us, as agencies, partners that are at the forefront of ensuring that gender-based violence is eliminated, honorable members of parliament are a key partner to this effort of trying to eliminate GBV in this country. So, as we deliberate today, it's a half-day meeting. That's going to be the focus of our deliberation. And we are going to have remarks delivered to us by, we already have the UNDP country representative, Ms. Elsie Atafa, who is already online. She'll be delivering her remarks. And then the official opening is going to be done by the Honorable Minister for Gender, Labor and Social Development. That's the Honorable Amongi Betty Ongom, who will be joining us shortly. But most importantly, we're also going to have presentations, deep presentations that provide insight into what we are talking about. This thing called gender-based violence. What is it? How are we faring in terms of financing GBV interventions, both at the center level and at the lower local government level? So we shall have the privilege to hear from the National Planning Authority, who will take us through that sort of insight. And for me, it will be very good to know, because if you can only plan better if you know what the status quo is. So NPA, National Planning Authority, will be giving us an insight, and that will, in a way, guide our discussions. We shall also have a testimony from a GBV survivor, because sometimes if you're just talking about issues without attaching them to reality, it becomes very, very difficult to convince anybody that something is happening. So we shall listen to a testimony from a GBV survivor. They will tell us what they have gone through, the challenges that come along with GBV. Probably it will be representative enough for us to appreciate why we need to input resources into GBV interventions. There will be definitely a discussion. This discussion will be an open discussion where everybody will make a contribution, because the selection of the attendees of this meeting was carefully done to ensure that whoever is participating, at the back of our mind, we know that you have a great contribution to make. So your ideas will be very important at that point. And I would like to ready you to be on standby to share with us your ideas when we come to that moment. We shall be most glad to hear from you and guide how we should go about this. We shall also have, we have developed a policy brief on the national GBV and violence against children, multi-sectoral COVID-19 response plan for 2021-2024. That presentation will come through, and it will be good to listen to what the policy brief is saying. Policy briefs are very, very strategic documents that are developed after thorough research is done, and they intend to provide targeted guidance in terms of responding to various issues. So it will be very good to listen to this policy brief. And definitely we shall also have a discussion around it before we wrap it all up with recommendations and way forward. We expect the Permanent Secretary to be joining us to close this session at that point. So ladies and gentlemen, those here and those online, that's what is going to be happening for this half-day meeting. I can assure you that, yes, we are running a little bit late on time, but once we get started, it's our intention to ensure that all this is wrapped up before we reach the 1 p.m. hour. In the meantime, I'd like to request that we partake to a cup of tea as we wait to start off in the next few minutes. Thank you so much. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, once again to welcome all of you, to let you know that, yes, we are good to go, but allow me also recognize the presence of more MPs that have joined us here. We have Honorable Achen Dokas, who has joined us. You're most welcome, Honorable Achen. And Honorable Biakatonda Abdullah joined us, Waka's MP, most welcome. Honorable Katwesije Oliver also joined us. I'd like to thank you for coming around. We have Honorable Veronica Nanyenda. Most welcome, Honorable. Nanyondo. Okay, thank you so much for that correction. Okay, Honorable Veronica Nanyondo is here with us. We have Honorable Banet Omunyide. Did I pronounce that right? Honorable, you're most welcome. And Honorable Najuma Sonat. It's Sarah. Okay. Honorable, you're most welcome. Honorable Najuma Sarah is here with us. Thank you so much for joining us for this session. Honorables, you recognize that you have been drawn from different committees, subcommittees of Parliament, and it is of essence that when we are talking about financing GBV interventions, it's not just about the gender committee or the social development sector. GBV is a cross-cutting issue, and unless we mainstream the interventions across the board, we won't make much headway. So the representation of the members of Parliament here is from a cross-section of subcommittees, because then after, you're going to be our key ambassadors in driving this agenda of ensuring that budgets and plans for the different entities of government take into recognition the GBV interventions, and resources are appropriately allocated. So you may be wondering what's the composition of the honorable members of Parliament we have here. That is it. I thought it would be very important to clarify, but also let you know that after here, you're going to be our key allies, because it's the right time. Budgeting process is on, call circular is issued. People are busy drawing plans, budgets, resources. After that are going to be allocated accordingly. It will be very important that we have a keen eye on activities and interventions that support the end to GBV in Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I want to invite our first presentation for the day. And that presentation is on the policy brief on financing GBV interventions. Now, like I said earlier, just last week we had a similar event where we were meeting with most heads of the ministries, departments, and agencies. We had permanent secretaries. We had chief administrative officers from the districts. And they came and discussed the same issue we are discussing today. It was a very good discussion held right here at Serena. And I can assure you that at that level of permanent secretaries, chief administrative officers, they really appreciated what they heard that day. And they promised to have a keen eye on these programs that support the end to GBV in Uganda. And today we are building up to that meeting. Now at the level of Parliament, where the actual resources are signed off. Because Parliament, we should all know that Parliament is the only entity that has powers to reallocate budgets, even after they have been drawn by the different entities. Parliament still has that authority to say, no, we have looked at your budget and we think in this area of interventions that are supporting the end to GBV, you're still lacking, and therefore go back and rectify. And that's what we want to see. But you know you can't do that unless you have a clear understanding of what gender-based violence is and what kind of effect it really has on our country. So allow me invite Madam Judith Mutabazi, Senior Planner, National Planning Authority, to come and present the first paper on the policy brief. The Honorable Minister has just communicated she will be joining us, and since she had the opportunity to listen to this policy brief in last week's event, she gave us a go-ahead to continue with this presentation as she makes her way here. So may I invite my colleague from National Planning Authority to come and take us through the first presentation. I know that the online team is there and I can see you. I've seen a wide representation from the UN agencies. They're following very closely. The UNDP resident representative herself, Miss Elsie Atafa, is online, and she has promised to deliver her remarks once the opportunity or the time comes for that moment. And I also know that we have with us already colleagues from Action Aid Uganda. We have colleagues from Ministry of Local Government, CS BAG. We have colleagues from, there is a huge following from UNDP, and right here with us also from UNDP is Miss Annette Wakabi, who is here with us. Pleasure. And from Parliamentary Forum, Mr. Sendoza Chizito is also here with us. So members, while we are doing a scientific gathering here, just to let you know that our colleagues, many of them are following together with us on a Zoom link that was created. Sheila, can we have our first presenter coming?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. They've already introduced me. I think I don't need to repeat myself. Judith Mutawazi, once again. I work with the National Planning Authority, and what I'm going to present to, protocol observed, honorable members of parliament, our respective dignitaries online, we welcome you to this meeting this morning. My duty is to take you through what we assessed as GBV interventions for response and prevention at national level, and how we need to link them to our development goals and their impact of GBV in attaining our Vision 2040. So I hope they'll be able to project on the screen. I already shared my presentation. And the presentation will take you through the background of GBV, the magnitude of GBV in Uganda, and then the extent of financing at national and local government level for GBV response and prevention interventions, and then the policy recommendations that we need to see how to take forward after this engagement for us to support the national development process. So the background of GBV, why we prioritize GBV. This is gender-based violence. It's a critical public health. It also impacts on our socioeconomic development, and then it's a human right. So that is why we think we have to focus on GBV as a critical intervention or strategy to help us attain our development goals. Then also we have global aspirations that we aspire or collaborate with, and that is SDG 5, specifically on gender, equality and empowerment of women and girls, but also specifically target 5.2, which says eliminate all forms of violence against all women and girls in the public and private spheres. So that is the genesis why we think we should also domesticate some of these international conventions into our national development plans. Then we have our constitution for the Republic of Uganda, 1995. It talks about full and equal dignity of the person with men, and prohibits laws, cultures, customs, and traditions that undermine the welfare dignity of the status of every citizen. So as we say, this is gender-based violence. We think it violates the human rights of some of the citizens, and we have to see how to promote equality. So the other issue is our third National Development Plan, which is from 2020-21 financial year to 2024-25. And that is what currently is our planning framework. Under the Human Capital Development Program, we have a target, a result of ensuring we reduce GBV prevalence from 25% to 13% by 2025. So this baseline of 25% is what we had when we developed the NDP 3 in 2019-2020. So you can see our target by 2025, we intend to have reduced the cases from 25 to 13. And how are we going to achieve this? These are the issues we need to deliberate on, the various interventions, the various strategies that we need to put in place, as well as allocate resources for their implementation. We also have existing various legal frameworks. We have the National Policy for Elimination of Gender-Based Violence. We have the Action Plan. We have the Public Finance Management Act, Female Genital Mutilation Act, Prevention of Trafficking of Persons Act, Amended Penal Code Act, Persons with Disabilities Act, among many others, that also support elimination of GBV. So these are kind of the background documents that give us the basis and justification for advocating for reducing GBV incidences. So the magnitude of GBV, we have seen, as you can see on that slide, women and men who have experienced physical violence since age of 15, according to our current data, we have 56 women and then 52 men, according to our disaggregated data. So, and cases that have reported sexual violence against girls are at 35%. We also have ever married women and men who have experienced spousal violence, physical, sexual, emotional, at 56 who are women and 44 who are men. So these are some of the, this evidence is got from the reported cases at different centers, whether at the GBV database or the report cases. And we disaggregate the data to show the different kind of violence that has been experienced. The magnitude of GBV also has increased. As you can see in the latest annual police report, 2021, domestic violence cases reported to police have increased to 29%. So you can see if we had our baseline of 25 reducing to 13, and here it's increasing to 29, how can we do better to address this increase? According to the National Gender-Based Violence Database, the reported cases have increased from 2,386 in 2019 to 8,203 in 2020. So you can see where the percentage increase is coming from, the aggregated percentage increase. Cases of defilement and rape have also increased over time, representing 3.8% for defilement and 0.5% increase in rape in 2019. Healthcare providers spend about 18.3 billion annually to deal with effects of GBV. Uganda Police spends about 19.5 billion, while the local councils spend about 12.7 billion. All these in relation to addressing GBV interventions. Drivers of GBV in Uganda include poverty, low literacy levels, unemployment, limited child support, cultural beliefs and norms, lack of respect for human rights, and women economic dependency. So you can see GBV is not only a women concern, but there are other underlying factors that contribute to some of these cases we are seeing being reported, whether it's rape, it's defilement, it's violence, it's abandonment, it's sacrifice, or it's FGM, all those are underlying causes. And how do we deal with some of these interventions? That's why we're saying prevention and response interventions. Families facing limited financial resources are more likely to place girls in situations of child and early or forced marriages, which is widely associated with increased rates of violence. And this has also been experienced more with the COVID impact and our girls staying out of school for long. So the extent of GBV financing, Financing, as I said, GBV is a multi-sectoral problem that requires a multi-sectoral approach to implementation at all levels. You can see that these issues start from household level, families, communities, at parish, sub-counties, but they also affect us at national level all the way. So, and it's not only a health issue, it's not only an education issue, it's not only a social development issue, it's not only a judicial or police issue, but we all need to work together in a multi-sectoral approach to address some of these challenges. Government of Uganda spends about 15 billion, that's about $5.8 of taxpayers' money annually to address domestic violence. The cost that taxpayers pay are about 37 billion annually to state institutions like the judiciary, police, and health sectors to address some of these GBV victims and cases in courts for justice. Funding towards GBV prevention and response for MDAs has been declining from 17.6 billion in financial 18-19 to 44.4 billion in 2019-20, but also to 20.8 billion in financial year 2020-21. So as the cases increase from 25 to 29%, but the funding is reducing, how do we address that gap amidst the challenges we have? Most MDAs with key mandates on GBV have funding gaps. For example, the Office of Director of Public Prosecution has funding gap of 1.3 billion cumulatively for those 3 years, over the 3 years that we assessed. Funds allocated towards GBV prevention and response to local governments is also still minimal. You can see it's between 2.8 from 2018-19, 4.6 billion from 2019-20, 3.6 billion in 2020-21 as a share of the total district budget allocated for GBV prevention and response is less than 3%. And this is because most of these conditional grants that go to most of the funds that go to local governments are conditional grants, which gives the local governments discretionary powers to allocate resources to GBV interventions under the Community-Based Service Department. Most local governments rely on local revenue, which is also inadequate, making them highly dependent on external financing to handle GBV. So that is the situation on financing of GBV from the assessment on the documents and the annual budgets that we have seen at national level in the ministries, departments and agencies, and at local government. Then the extent of interventions at planning level. We assessed most of according to the assessment done, 17 MDAs, only 6 had explicit interventions for elimination of GBV. Only 8 out of 19 local government development plans assessed had direct interventions for GBV during the 3 years. So you can see how much also some of these interventions are really catered for. And the problem is, I think we've been planning for gender and equity interventions, but we don't, since GBV is embedded under gender and equity, we don't really prioritize it to have it as a standalone. And it's entangled in the various priorities that are allocated resources. Then also inadequate technical capacity for most of the staff engaged in mainstreaming GBV, especially the Family Protection Unit police lack critical skills to investigate GBV. Community-based services department and other departments have capacity gaps. So those also influence at the planning level if the skills required for the integration are not really there or the staff are not available. Data collection management is also still a challenge. They lack ICT equipment, facilities to store data, and as well as the multiple data sources, because we have the police collecting its own data, we have the GBV databases, among others, that need to be harmonized, and we have coherent reporting. We have limited staffing at frontline officers, especially the Family Protection Unit, like, for example, 645 police officers across the country. The Office of Directorate of Public Prosecution, staffing is filled at 41%. Some districts, for example, BIM, we discovered that only 2 out of 9 required CDOs were recruited. The case of Tororo, 15 CDOs would cover 31 sub-counties and 10 councils. So you can see some of these issues or cases would be left out or not prioritized in the planning because of those limited staffing officers. Then inadequate facilitation of law enforcement institutions. Of course, here we're having the Uganda Police Force, probation officers, and community involvement to deal with corruption and enforcement on suspects and complaints. Sometimes they'll not have transport, they'll not have fuel to follow up some of these cases wherever they are, and that also affects the response interventions. So after this assessment, we came up with some policy recommendations that we think can enhance GBV prevention financing and response and preventive interventions. One of them, as we said, since there is no specific code for GBV, we proposed a specified budget code to target resources for risk mitigation, response and prevention expenses for GBV in their work plans and budgets. So as like we do our planning and financing, and we ensure in developing our annual plans and budgets, gender and equity compliance has to assess and ensure some resources allocated to that. We should also have in there what is for GBV. Directly invest in products and services, infrastructure that mitigates or decreases the likelihood of GBV occurrence. As I said, it's a multi-sectoral issue, so we need to see how best can we fund some of these products and services in infrastructure that support GBV. Infrastructure could be talking about GBV shelters, which have also helped in supporting or mitigating, helping the victims of GBV. And then GBV prevention and response should be included as key output into the performance contracts of COWs and other accounting officers, so that as we do also the gender and equity certificate, how do we ensure for someone to assess resources should have planned and allocated resources to GBV response and preventive measures. Then we call upon all policymakers and decision makers to increase funding of the local government budget line towards mainstreaming of gender and violence against women and girls. Then at plan, also more policy recommendations at planning. We are saying NPA should prioritize GBV and violence against women and girls in all development planning frameworks and allocate resources linked to development outcomes. Of course, this is a continuous process. We continue working with the MDAs and ensuring that in the annual plans and budgets, they still contribute to our third national development plan. Ministry of Gender will continue designing and delivering innovative, less cost-intensive capacity building and mentorship programs for mainstreaming intervention for prevention and response GBV across key government agencies, as well as local governments. EOC should revise Certificate of Compliance Framework to include GBV and vow specific output and outcome indicators during the assessments. Then adopt a multi-sector approach which promotes coordination of different GBV dimensions interest to be adopted in planning and budgeting for GBV. At capacity level, we are saying Ministry of Gender, NPA, UBOS, and development partners should invest in sustained hands-on technical assistance programs for staff in planning, budgeting for GBV prevention and response interventions. And then government needs to invest more in high-quality data collection analysis to obtain relevant data and timely data for onwards continuous reporting. Because like now, as you can see during the COVID pandemic, as cases rise and cases are increasing, police will be receiving cases, the GBV database, we're not sure if it's already linked and getting updated data. So we need that coherent, high quality data, which is timely, to inform interventions for financing, for response, and also preventive measures. Provide for essential staffing in key agencies, as well as harmful practices. Of course, where there's capacity gap, then implementation becomes a challenge, especially in local governments. Strengthening the capacity of institutions in criminal justice, that is specifically the police and courts, to handle cases of GBV, in particular through training, resourcing, facilitation, and take stronger investigation and prosecution. Then Ministry of Gender should continue rolling out GBV trainers of trainers to all MDAs and local governments with special focus on the new cities and districts so that they also get on board. Then undertake social awareness on violence against in communities. Of course, this is in support with informal support networks, CSOs, health workers, for mindset change, because some of these are cultural beliefs and norms that contribute to some of these GBV incidences. So also social awareness would be very key for people to change their behaviors and to a positive way. In conclusion, GBV has a high socioeconomic impact or cost to the Ugandan society. You've seen the resources that are used to support this. So if we prevented some of these cases in our communities, in our families, then we shouldn't be spending this money in the health sector or in the DPP's office, in the judiciary handling these cases, or the human rights issues that we are experiencing, violence. Fiscal costs include health-related ones, both in prevention and healthcare provision to women, girls, and children, as well as costs related to losing education. You've seen this with the high increased child marriages, teenage pregnancies, and of course we are not sure the future of this age group that might not get back to school and what is impacting on our human capital development strategies for Uganda. It impacts on employment with low productivity as well, rights abuse or dignity, and loss of lives in certain incidences. So that is the reason we should emphasize elimination of GBV, and we ensure we allocate resources to finance prevention and response interventions. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Judith, for that presentation. Honorable members of Parliament and colleagues who are online, you've listened to her presentation. Like I'd promised you, it would come with the figures that would shock any listener. But beyond that, her presentation came with recommendations. For me, the takeaway, I guess, is the area of the policy recommendations, because in a way, they give you a sort of a checklist when you're looking at budgets and plans for the different government entities. When they talk about codes, you honorable members of parliament understand this language better than us. If they talk about investing in products, services or infrastructure, this is your normal jargon in your day-to-day business. So the recommendations in this policy brief are a good checklist for us as we return back to deliberate on the different budgets and plans that will be presented to you in the process that is ongoing right now. I know we have all taken note on the interesting bits of our presentation. It's now an opportunity for us to make a contribution. So if you have a comment, a question, an addition, an idea that you want to share in regards to this presentation, this is the moment. Open floor. Honorable Biakatonda, yes.
Thank you so much, moderator. I want to thank my sister, Miss Judith, for the wonderful presentation. I would like to say that, one, I've attended a number of fora pertaining to gender-based violence. And I'm an advocate for gender equity and all related aspects that undermine aspects of gender. However, the key issue is that we need to look at a number of things. Because here actually we are trying to advocate for financing. But there are more things more than financing. I would rather think that maybe at an opportune time, we need to look at the policy gaps. Because over decades, we have been talking of gender mainstreaming in all aspects of the country, key plans, but I think you find that implementation is normally a challenge. It is relative because it depends on individual holders or handlers. So I think we need to identify policy gaps and basically take on it as a matter of urgency. This can be benchmarked with success stories. I think in the globe we have a number of success stories. For example, when you look at Finland, when you look at their national gender policy, it encompasses all aspects that impinge and actually constrain women development, gender, talk of violence. Of course, here we intend to go piecemeal. For example, currently there is a succession law bill. But you find that I think that one is looking at the aspects, maybe when a family head, a man, of course there is no family men, family heads are men. Is no more. I think that's what we are looking at. But of course, we would have a policy, generic, so that all these aspects are encompassed. And then we need to benchmark for best practices, such that it can inform our policy direction. Then the other one is, because gender-based violence is the outcome of something which has already occurred. But why don't we look at the causes and ensure that we mitigate the causes? My experience is that in my society, I found out that some of the key causes were financial resources. And I looked at, for example, I started with the Catholic Church. I talked to the Catholic Guild and told them, how can we get skills to our women? Then I think we started skilling the women and giving them some resources in terms of industrial machines, and they make things like bags, shoes. You realize that I think this has actually caused some impact because people have a fallback position where they go and handle some of their challenges. I think as government, this should, and then I also went to the Toro Diocese. I started looking at the Christian Fellowship and Mothers Union. We also trained them in this, and actually they are trying to do well. And I think these funds, like the Women Fund, could be tailored towards these aspects. Then we can actually address a number of weaknesses that normally promote gender violence. Then the other thing is, do we have a resilience plan? For example, you find that, like Mrs. Mtavazi put it, from 3,000, you are now at 8,000 aspects of gender-based violence. Why? It has been aggravated by the pandemic of COVID-19. Because people now do not anticipate it, and there is no resilience plan for this. I think basically let's look at a resilience plan for disasters as a key driver to gender-based violence. And then how do we mitigate it? So we should have actually a plan in place, because tomorrow you never know which disaster will come. I think lastly, the stakeholders here, including the Minister of Gender, I think let's look at a strategic plan. Such that let's have a national plan which actually ensure that everything must be cascaded into our operations as government. We don't have really to beg the finance officer to include gender aspects of gender-based violence, but should be within the law, such that it's a yardstick for implementation, such that sort of that I think that budget is actually null and void and should not actually qualify. So I would implore that as legislators we are supportive, kindly come up with such laws that can actually come into the parliament, and then they can actually be put into law. I thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Akatonda. Yes. And
Thank you very much for the presentation. It is unfortunate that I'm going to leave you after this. I have an appointment with the speaker. The difference that I got today, I spent a lot of time working in the NGO work before I came to Parliament, in the 10th Parliament. And I worked with UN, UNFPA, and many others, the CARE, on issues of gender-based violence. Today, there is a difference in the presentation. There is comparison between the gender-based violence that is faced by men and also that faced by women. And that's key. Most of the time when people are talking about gender-based violence, we've been focusing on women issues only, forgetting that men also face some gender-based violence. So that's one of the things that I appreciate in the presentation. But when I was working in issue of gender-based violence, I realized there are only two areas that when you tackle well, then you will sort out the issue of gender-based violence. Actually two areas. If we concentrate in these two areas, then we are going to sort out the issue about gender-based violence. And one is poverty. Poverty is actually the major cause of gender-based violence. And that's why even fighting it has become a problem. I'll give you a practical example. When I was working in one of the implementation process, we got a man who actually made the wife paralyzed in the process of gender-based violence. And as our organization, we went ahead, arrested the person. He was taken to court. After court, he was taken to prison. The immediate issue that came home was that the man was a breadwinner at home. So in other words, you are causing more problems to the children and the women. And this same woman who was already lame started frequenting our office that we should release the man. We became enemy to this person we were trying to help. And she was thinking that it is the organization that is disorganizing our family now. So that tells you that you need to address the issue of poverty, and especially poverty of women. Because so long as there is still poverty and women are still relying on men, there is no way you can address this issue of gender-based violence in the community. It's totally impossible because of poverty. You have to design your program to make sure that women should have resources. 2, education. If you really look at this data they are bringing here, if you follow it down, you will come to know that majorly women who are not educated are the ones who are suffering the gender-based violence than those who have gone to school. And that's exactly true. Because, you can't raise your hand to a lady that has gone to school. Judith, I don't think a woman can beat, a man can beat you up in your house. There is a respect at least. There's a respect. So that tells you she could be even a breadwinner at home. I mean, my wife works in a Oxfam. How can I beat her? How? It's impossible. So we need to channel actually our resources to address these two issues, then we would have addressed the root cause of the problem. Channel issue of poverty, look at issue of education, and that will sort out a lot. Thirdly, I have been in the Committee of Budget and Committee of Finance before. I know we always look at certificate of gender compliance from the ministries. What is important now is that we need to strengthen that bit of it to make sure that members of parliament will not. Because at times, we even after failing to pass the certificate of gender compliance, sometimes we go ahead lenient and say, now let it go like that. This time around, it should be different. Make sure the certificate of gender compliance must be considered before your budget comes out. Thank you very much.
Brilliant submission there. I thought his commitment that this time round they will throw out budgets that are not compliant deserved a thunderous round of applause. That is already a score for us today. That commitment from Parliament, one has been registered. Thank you so much. Okay, we move behind there, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Mouma Milton Karulu, MP Chigulu South Iganga. One, I think I would just need to bring something out. We are looking at assessment officers. As a Deputy Chairperson, Committee on Defense and Internal Affairs, I'm happy my colleague, a member of the committee, is here. If you looked at the budget that is allocated to the Family and Protection Unit, Child Protection Unit at police, and it's just nothing that is provided in this budget. At times, they just gump around. I think we need to roll out this program that we've kickstarted of bringing members on board, sensitizing members to appreciate the challenges that are there. I remember in the 9th Parliament, when the Commissioner General for Prisons came to present a budget of the prison service, we realized that we had a number of female inmates, prisoners, but there was no component of sanitaries in the budget. That alone caused a stalemate in the committee, and we had even to pause deliberations on the floor of Parliament until they went back, made a provision to this effect. That's when the budget was considered. I think if we began this way, bring members on board, cite that in each sector, something to do with the gender-based violence is provided. Without it, let's make it a condition. Even coding, like you are praying to policymakers and yes, we said you are appealing to policymakers, decision makers to have this in place. I think it's the way to go. My appeal is that let's not end with the members that have been invited here today. This parliament is virtually new. 83% of the members in the 11th parliament are new. So we need to appreciate these gaps. We need to be brought on board so that the members deliberate from an informed point of view. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Milton Mouma, and I want to welcome you because I'd not realized you had joined us. Next, Honorable.
Thank you so much. I also want to thank you for this initiative. I thank the presenter, and I think I'll support this wholeheartedly because as far as I know, this is not something new, and it would have come yesterday because really we need this budget, we need this money. The only thing I want, where I want the clarification, I'm seeing that
we need this money in ministries, departments, agencies, and I don't know where, because I just want to know, are the ministries identified the where we shall need that money, or the agencies, are they identified, or we are going to put the money in all the ministries and all the departments? I just need the clarification there. Then another thing is, GBV is triggered. As the honorable member said, there are so many causes of GBV. And I would want to think that the ministry has the strategies, how we are going to, the program, the programs, designed programs on how we are going to go about this whole thing. Because we are not going to look at the police, we are not going to look at the all different of things. We need to concentrate somewhere where we know that if we do this, we shall reduce or we shall stop GBV, because it is triggered, as the member said, mostly by poverty and of course other things. So my wish would be, yes, we need the budget, we need the money, but do we have designed programs on how we are going to work on this whole program, on how we are going to make sure that at least we reduce on the levels, or if we cannot stop GBV, at least we can reduce it at another level. Because as for me, I come from a place where GBV is very high, the Buheju district, whereby the children are being married young and they are being beaten by the husbands, young girls, it is funny if you reach there and see girls and mothers. It is really something that we need to work on very fast. So I want to thank you so much, and I want to pledge my support. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable, for pledging your support. And I noticed that you highlight what honorable colleagues have asked before. Whether we already have a strategic plan in place, do we have programs in place? I would like to request that we give the Assistant Commissioner for Gender and Women Affairs at the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development to come and respond to those questions, because it will throw more light on what has been done so far, what plan is in place to fit into the recommendations that have been suggested in the policy brief. So, Madam Maggie Chomukama, please, could you come and respond to that before we go to another set of questions? Because her presentation will throw more light on where we need to tighten and what's in place already. You wanted to ask also? Yeah, but Madam Maggie could come still, and immediately after him, you could.
Thank you, sir. Members, in health we say prevention is better than cure. And in the Ministry of Health, we have a sector that is related with the health promotions and education. And for us, in the Ministry of Health, we are crying because of that the department is not functioning. Can I know whether in the Ministry of Gender, there is that institution that is supposed to promote, educate the population about GBV? Because we are not preventing these occurrences. We just come, sit in hotels, we talk about them, members of parliament get the information, the technocrats get the information, but the local people are not aware what they're supposed to protect, to prevent, and to do. For example, if you go to, like recently, Toto Town Council, there is an FA worker who defiled a 16-year girl. Later on, the police, the parents connived and said, if you can pay 12 million because you have money, then you can go. And the guy paid the money. But the girl's future has been dented. You get it? So if we can empower the communities, the local population, then we can handle GBV. So what I request that when you plan for educating the masses, not to plan in Kampala, not to plan at the headquarters, but plan and release funds to go and educate the other people. Thank you.
Very good. Madam Maggie, please.
Thank you very much, Frank. Honorable members of parliament, distinguished participants, thank you very much for this dialogue. I've been asked to respond to the issues that have come up in terms of what the ministry is doing for GBV. Honorable members of parliament, as Frank was introducing this session, he did say that GBV is a multi-sectoral issue. And that is why the ministry put in place a policy. We have a policy, and I think the policy brief brings it out. The National Policy on the Elimination of GBV in Uganda 2016. And it has an action plan. So that policy is the main framework that we are operating under to guide the whole country on what is supposed to be done in terms of addressing GBV. So government has committed to that. It is informed by empirical evidence from the data and information that we have, primarily the Uganda Demographic and Health Survey, which was quoted in the policy brief that Madam Judith presented. So as a country, we have a direction through that policy. The policy identifies the different stakeholders. Honorable MP, who has just spoken, is very correct. The cases are what can I say? The magnitude of GBV is unacceptably high. And despite all the efforts that have been made, for example, now during COVID, and that is the next policy brief that is going to be presented by our consultant, Mr. Brian, it is saying that this has even exacerbated, COVID has exacerbated cases of GBV. And what Mr. Brian is going to present, we again, as a ministry, have come to say what can be the immediate response to all these cases. So what we have come up with now is a COVID-19 GBV response plan. And that response plan is informed by all the stakeholders, government ministries, as you said, in health, judiciary is there, education is there, and the NGOs are there, the different office of the DPP is there, and they're all saying this is the immediate action that we need to take in addition to what we have been doing. So, honorable members, the sensitization, we have done that through the stakeholders who reach the community members. Maybe as we've agreed that we are going to continue dialoguing, some of the institutions you mentioned, honorable members, are some of the institutions we work with. We work with the cultural and traditional institutions. For example, some of those institutions, if you ask and belong to any of them, they have come up with action plans to address gender-based violence, to address HIV and AIDS, to address child marriage, to address poverty. So in those action plans, traditionally institutions have committed to work with us. They have developed messages which they take to their members. Honorable MPs, we are working with the religious institutions. Interreligious Council of Uganda, which brings together about 6 denominations. We have worked with them as Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. They have translated messages based on the holy books, on how we can, each of the holy books condemns violence, especially domestic violence. So we use them as a forum to sensitize the communities through the religious institutions about gender-based violence. Honorable members, we have also worked with our community structures, including CBOs, NGOs. They are part of our forum. And through them, we are also reaching out to communities. We have developed materials today, unfortunately, and I think it's a reminder to us, colleagues, Christine, Sheila, I think next time we should bring some of these materials to such a forum so that they are readily available to the members of parliament. We have materials which are guiding the media on how they can positively talk about the gender-based violence as a hindrance. We have materials specifically targeting male involvement, men as champions of gender equality. What is their role in terms of speaking out against gender-based violence? We have materials for community development workers and social welfare workforce, how they can handle these issues and how they can address the issues of gender-based violence. Then specifically on poverty, that one is very clear to us. And in all the programs in the ministry, we have an element, we have integrated gender and addressing gender-based violence. For example, the Uganda Women Entrepreneurship Program categorizes the main recipients, the targeted recipients of this fund, and we put GBV survivors. And where we have them, part of their healing process is to see what is it that they can do to overcome the poverty situation which is prevailing, which puts them at a greater risk. Everybody is at a risk of GBV. But when you are in a situation of poverty, it is even more alarming. For example, what the Honorable MP shared with us, in that case, if you are able to afford, you would not forego the few millions and hide a case. You would pursue it in the courts of law, you report to police, and ensure that the perpetrator is brought to book. But because you are poor, you are very vulnerable, you are likely to be compromised. So that is what is happening, and that is why WEP, YLP, and other development programs under the ministry and other sectors really recommend that we address poverty as an underlying issue for gender inequality and GBV. I don't know whether that adequately clears. I don't want to take more time, but those, we are working together, and honorable members, that's why we are here this morning also, because you play a critical role. You are role models in your constituencies, you are leaders of very high caliber, and you have the voice, you can call, you have the influence over your constituents, and we also rely on you to spread the message together with the structures that we have under the ministry, the women councils, the youth councils, councils for disability, older persons, and children. All of those councils have been brought on board to also use those structures to make sure communities understand. But in order to end, and I'd just like to share that when GBV is usually a silent phenomenon, most people even survivors, are reluctant to talk about it. So they would rather, instead of reporting to police, instead of reporting to the judiciary, instead of reporting to the probation officer or community development officer, they decide to solve it quietly as a family. So what happens is that most of these cases are hidden, and therefore justice is denied. So that is an issue. If you read all the reports, scientifically, it is an issue that is kept silent, and therefore the right remedies are not discussed and the right corrective measures are not put in place. Allow me to end there. I hope I've adequately responded. If not, I'll be here for more information sharing. Thank you, honorable members and colleagues.
Thank you, Madam Maggie, for a job well done. Honorable members, like you've heard, government is aware about the issues that we have raised, be it economic empowerment. That's why you have programs like the Uganda Women Entrepreneurship Program. And my only worry now, if I can add on, is that UWEP is going. It may not be with us next financial year. The only special fund, specifically for women, is going away because we are pulling funds into another model. You need to think about it. If you want to go that way, I leave that to the honorable members of parliament. But there are several programs that are in place. Thank you so much. Like Madam Maggie has said, there are many programs. And by the way, honorable members, this meeting for today that raises issues of financing is not for Ministry of Gender alone. Gender alone can't do enough to eliminate GBV. It's a cross-cutting issue. Be it works, be it all the subcommittees that you have, need to have an eye in that area. What are you doing? What programs do you have in terms of ending GBV? And how financed are they? And that's why at the beginning of this session, I told you that the representation of you honorable members here is cross-cutting from different committees, because we now need to have an intervention everywhere. And honorable, you asked about which ministries. All ministries. That's why we mentioned ministries, departments, agencies, local governments in their plans and budgets. So whoever is going to be bringing to you a plan or budget for next financial year, whoever it is, whichever entity it is, you should have an eye on that. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you so much. Don't you think it will be scattered and we shall not realize the meaning? We shall not realize the meaning. Why don't we let our money remain in our Ministry of Gender, and then we supervise it from there? Because when you start pushing it from different areas, ministries, departments, we may not feel, because who will supervise it, for example? How shall we be able to supervise different departments to know that they are doing our work the way we want it?
Madam Maggie, you could respond to that using that microphone just in front of you.
This one? Yeah, that's a very good question to raise. Yes, according to the policy framework, Ministry of Gender has a coordination role. So we are responsible to coordinate all the actors and also to monitor and find out how we are progressing in terms of GBV. So in that respect, we have a forum, starting with one which is chaired by the Honorable Minister. We call it the High Level Policy Forum, that comes together at least twice a year to dialogue on the way we are talking now. How far have we gone with the policy implementation? What are the main challenges and what can we do about it? Then at a technical level, under the leadership of the PS who are represented by the Commissioner for Gender and Women Affairs, there's what we call the GBV reference group. So that one coordinates at a technical level, technical officers from the different sectors like health, like education, internal affairs, justice, and police, defense, and all the other MDAs. They come together to discuss now some of these issues pertaining to gender-based violence prevention and response. Indeed, what we have noticed is that funding for this specifically has to go to those different MDAs. Because, for example, if you have a survivor, like the example given to us of, for example, defilement, that survivor, who will be a child, needs all the other services. The first point of service delivery is the health center. They must go for health so that the medical, they are attended to in terms of the medical needs. They also need the legal. To be, a case has to be, because this is criminal now, the case has to be taken through the justice system. So the Ministry of Justice is there, and all Office of the Directorate of Public Prosecution also comes in. Police also comes in because they are the ones who investigate the case and take the file for prosecution under ODPP. Then the psychosocial counseling is also required. Most survivors of GBV, almost all elements of GBV require psychosocial support, both to the survivor and maybe their family and the environment in which they are. So that brings in the community development staff, the probation officers who deal with children, and so on and so forth. So that is why we say GBV has to be addressed in a multi-sectoral way. So all those services require money. Police needs money to investigate. Judiciary needs money to prosecute. The courts need money to administer, to hear the cases and administer justice. The prisons need money because the perpetrators will be brought, if they are brought to book, have to be cared for and rehabilitated. Ministry of Gender needs money to provide psychosocial support, and even the family needs support because the survivor belongs to a family and to a community. So these resources have to be given out and shared. Education needs money. For example, now we have many children who have become pregnant during this long absence from school. We are saying Ministry of Education has put a policy that they go back to school. But in going back to school, they need facilitation, they need basics, not only for themselves, but also for the children. That means the livelihoods of the families needs to be looked at. If she's leaving the child at home, who is going to care, who's going to feed? And that means additional support. So it is a complex, multi-sectoral approach, which we say, that is why we are emphasizing everybody needs to work together. If this girl is to go back to school, she's a survivor of GBV, but at the same time, she needs to be supported and her family to be able to return to school. So that is what I can say about financing for gender-based violence intervention.
A quick observation in line with this. I think I'd like to observe that I'm also a member of the Gender Committee, and our interest is that we are looking at what is and what ought to be. Because when we talk of funding, Parliament definitely is charged with the responsibility of appropriation. What I want to urge or to appeal to Minister of Gender is that let's actually have a thorough review of the existing infrastructure. Where are the gaps? Then make it known. Issues of funding, I think, when you bring it properly to Parliament, can be adequately addressed. But like we said, before you look at the level of executing the perpetrators of gender violence, what are those mitigation measures? What are the causes that we need, underlying causes that we need to focus on? I think these are the key issues we should really focus on. Then the other one is just building synergies across implementing entities, ministries, then we can get on board and we shall get there. I thank you.
Okay, there was a hand here, Honorable, please.
Yes, thank you so much. The responses that came from my sister over there, just a few issues I would want to add to what my honorable colleagues have already put across. The issues around UWEP, I think as a Minister of Gender, we need to be able to...
Honorable, let's recognize the presence of the Honorable Minister for Gender, Labour and Social Development, who is joining us now. You're most welcome, Honorable. Feel at home because you're with your colleague, members of Parliament here. Continue, Honorable.
Thank you so much. I was saying that we need to be able to develop the culture of looking at what works. Recently, we were in the field at one of the locations we visited in northern part of Uganda, was Agago this week. And we looked at the recovery rate under UWEP. It was very good, at 99.6%. So when we look at this high recovery rate, and here we are saying that UWEP is going away, we know that there is parish development model coming. How are we being strategic enough to ensure the ring fencing or earmarking some good amount of money, a good percentage, which should be going towards supporting those activities which were under UWEP, or even just allowing it to continue, because it is definitely one area which has very good success stories. That aside, the gender and equity certificate, the compliance certificate, I think we are putting a lot of focus on ensure at the planning stage and budgeting. But how do we go a step further to ensure that what we have, which is very beautiful on paper, is translated to meaningful reality on the ground? To go a step further so that we are not just putting it in the planning, in the budgeting, but it is speaking to the reality on the ground. Are we monitoring the implementation such that when we are reporting, we have all those parameters which were set and accepted, also captured? Then the multi-sectoral approach that the Ministry is using, I'm very happy with it. But I think one area which we are not putting an emphasis on is the survivor-centered approach. Can we merge the two together? Can we have survivor-centered, multi-sectoral approach? Key areas I'm looking at. The survivor-centered would take into consideration protecting the dignity of the survivors. How are we doing it in a way that protects the dignity of the survivors? Recently, we went to the field to look at the GBV shelters. Some of the shelters are not fenced, exposed, and then how do we ensure that even when we are responding to the needs of the survivors, we are protecting confidentiality? We are ensuring that they are not being stigmatized. I think that is one area which we really need to weave it together with the multi-sectoral approach. Then the capacity building, I think we are really lumping it so much together. When we are talking about the GBV TOT, which specific GBV trainings are we talking about? It's very broad, so broad that if we talk about GBV trainings for all MDAs, I think we'll be missing the point. There are specific trainings which might be applicable to the health survivors, health service providers. And then those which might be applicable to the frontline service providers providing legal services, and those providing psychosocial support. When you move to the field, to the ground, you can hardly notice this component. Even when we are talking about GBV training, which GBV trainings are we talking about? Is it GBV basics, just to know what it is all about, what are the causes and consequences and guiding principles? But we know there are many areas. For example, the health aspects, the clinical care for clinical management of rape, or clinical care for survivors who have experienced sexual assault.
And for our areas, especially the humanitarian areas, where we have refugees and host communities, are we taking into consideration emergency preparedness and response of GBV? And right now, lumping it with the COVID-19 response, I'm happy we are moving to that. So I think those are areas that we need to be able to pull out so that it can become clearer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable, for those comments and additions to the presentation. I thought we should be moving on to the next, but I'll allow one more from Honorable there.
Thank you very much, Bwana Mugabe. Honorable Minister, colleagues, members of Parliament. Okeyo Peter is my name, from Bukoli Islands, Namaingo District. I want to thank Minister of Gender for this workshop or breakfast meeting. Coming from the island community, a fishing community, you find that GBV rate is so high in the islands. And whenever a member of parliament goes down there, you become the police, the judge, the prosecutor and the judge. There are many issues, but you find that sometimes the problem is mindset. When you tell a mother who has been maybe domestically harassed, say, what do we do? Do we arrest the man? Says, no, but if you arrest him, who will go to the lake to do the fishing, and how shall we survive? Others, you find that when you tell them, we arrest him, says, no, if a husband doesn't beat you, then he doesn't love you. So you find that it is a very tricky issue. That's why I'm saying we must address mindset. This past history that if you are not beaten, you are not loved, I think the Minister of Gender should go down and sensitize our people. I cross-checked with the district gender officer or CDO, DCO, and she told me that actually even the budget line in the district of Namaingo, even they don't have vehicles, even motorcycles. So there is a problem for the field officers. And I'm happy that the minister is here. I remember in the 9th Parliament, Gender Ministry used to have the least budget. It was around 5 billion. And you could find that this was including wage and non-wage. I'm happy the minister has had it, but it's still not enough. And now with the restructuring, they are now bringing gender under another program. I am still scared that actually this ministry, which plays a key role in economic development, because once issues are not stable, then we are struggling for nothing under parish model system, under whatever system we will bring in to change socio-economic well-being of our Ugandans. So that one is an issue I wanted to attract the minister to look at seriously. Uganda is good at making policies, writing papers, but implementation. We are always scared when we say that policies are written, originated from Uganda, but implemented from elsewhere. God forbid, I will not mention. So, really, I hope that this will also not be just a policy paper written and dumped on the shelves. This is what will help our people to change their socio-economic livelihood. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. Honorable members, listening to all of you in your submissions, I get a sense of fulfillment that this meeting has been indeed worthwhile, because you speak to the topic so passionately and on point that we are moving together on the same page, but also on the same line of on that page. So I'd like to thank you so much. Once again, allow me welcome the Honourable Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development, the Honourable Amongi Betty Ongom, who is also a colleague member of Parliament for Yam South. You're most welcome, Honourable. And here today we are, as we had briefed you earlier, we are meeting with Honourable members of Parliament from various subcommittees on the issue of financing GBV interventions, both at the central level, but also at the district level. and local governments. So their inputs are building into how we are going to move forward from here today, especially that we are in a budgeting process right now. So far we have had a presentation of the policy brief, which you had the opportunity to listen to last week when we had permanent secretaries and cows right here at Serena Hotel. This juncture, ladies and gentlemen, allow us listen to a testimony from a GBV survivor. Honorable has hinted very well that if we don't do something about GBV, we shall be wasting time. If somebody is battered, you build them a good road, they are going to work with nursing injuries on that road, and there will be no contribution to our economic development. Let's listen to a GBV survivor that we have in the building today. Sheila, can we have the GBV survivor? She's going to be speaking to us in Luganda. So, Honourable Minister, we have an audience online, and the resident representative for NDP, Ms. Elsie, is also following online, plus a host of other partners. Get me a microphone, please.
Yesu yebazibwe nnyo abooluganda. Amannya nze Anna Millicent Muwooya. Yesu yebazibwe nnyo abooluganda. Amannya nze Anna Millicent Muwooya.
Those are our names. NMS.
Ndi wano okuwa obujulizi n'okukakasa Action Aid engeri gye yankwasaganyizaamu n'obutabanguko obwantuukako.
She's here to give testimony on the issues of GBV she went through and how Action Aid supported her through the difficult times.
Mu bwimpimpi kituufu kiri nti nalina omusajja n'anjira acid.
In brief, she had a husband who poured on her acid.
N'amala n'adduka.
And he ran away.
Naye nayambibwako ekitongole kya Action Aid.
Action Aid came to support her.
Okusobola okulaba nga yanoonyezebwa omwami oyo.
To hunt down the gentleman.
N'okusobola okulaba ng'ensonga zange zaatambula mu mateeka okutuuka gye zaggweera.
And address her issues through the legal processes.
Ekituufu kiri nti si byangu.
It's not easy.
Kubanga kitwala obudde bungi okumatiza ekkooti ne wooba ovunda ng'ekkooti ekulaba.
It takes much time to convince courts, even if you are rotting away.
Bw'oba tolina ssente tosobola kuyimirira mu maaso ga mulamuzi kukakasa mulamuzi nti omuntu gw'ovunaana ddala kituufu yazza omusango.
Without paying bribes, it's very difficult to convince even the judicial system of your plight.
Naddala singa gw'oba owawaabiddeyo aba alina akasente oba ng'alinayo ku muntu gw'amanyi.
Especially if the perpetrator of the GBV case is a rich person and they have money, or they are connected in a way to persons in the court, judicial system or elsewhere.
Obutabanguko ffenna butukosa naye abaami abaami be basinze nnyo okutulugunya abakyala n'abaana ab'obuwala. Tubonaabona ekisusse naye okujja mu bantu oba okuwa chansi onnyonnyole engeri okuweewa chansi okunnyonnyola ekituufu kyennyini kiba kizibu mu mateeka ng'oli mwavu.
She emphasizes that it's difficult if you're a poor person and you're going through a justice process.
Amateeka gandikoze naye amateeka geetaaga muntu mugagga.
She emphasizes the same point. Katugende ku kye wayitamu.
Nebaza Action Aid nti yasobola okunkwasaganyizaako ensonga zange ne zituuka okuba nti omulamuzi yalamula omuntu eyanjira asidi n'asibwa emyaka 4.
I want to thank Action Aid that they supported me, and the person who caused harm to me was convicted in court and sentenced to 4 years.
Naye bataata ne bamaama bamemba ba paalamenti beegayiridde tugezeeko mutugerezeeko nnyo tulabe nga tufuna obwenkanya obumatiza ku ekyo ky'oba otuukiddwako.
Honorable MPs, it's my request and everyone here that we get justice.
Omuntu n'akugjamu eriiso omulamuzi n'amuwa emyaka 4.
Somebody causes you to lose an eye and all they get is 4 years.
Emyaka 2 tuli mu kooti, otuuka mu kooti omulamuzi ne bagamba mulamuzi taliiwo, lwaliwo n'ayongezaayo, lwatayongezaayo tabaawo.
For 2 years, the court process goes on and the court officials are never in court.
N'omuntu gwawaabidde kooti emuwadde beyiro akunoonya akuttire ddala obujulizi buveewo, w'osula w'amanyi, so Action Aid n'esalawo okubudamya.
The perpetrator is out on bail. They keep hunting you down because you've lodged the case against them, and she ended up being in the shelter at Action Aid.
Ebbanga ly'omala mu Action Aid nalina abaana, nalina famire. Ne tusaasaana, tolina buyambi tokola. Action Aid ekukuuma osobola okubaawo naye ng'ate famire ye ekosebwa naye ng'ey'omuntu eyakutusaako obutabanguko ali anywa ate n'okutambula atambula.
I had children who I had to leave behind. They kept suffering, and because I needed to be safe, I remained in the shelter, and the children kept suffering.
Ekituufu kiri nti kino ekitongole kyetaaga ssente bakwano. Kubanga twatambula okumala emyaka 2 naye nga tutambuza ssente. Obeera ku kitongole kya Action Aid ne bakulabirira okuva ku kizigo paka ku mpale gy'oyambala. Byetaaga ssente. Abakyala tugenda mu nsonga zaffe ne paadi ne bagikuwa. Byetaaga ssente. Awatali sente ekitongole kijja sobola kuyamba muntu wa wansi.
He said that in the shelters, the GBV shelters, they are given all the support they need, right from clothing to all items they would need in terms of health, and that requires financing to be put in place.
Mbebaza aba Action Aid Uganda. Kubanga mutufu nafuna okusomoozebwa nti nayimirira maaso g'omulamuzi omundi ogusooka omusango n'agugoba.
I want to thank Action Aid because the first time we were in court, the case was dismissed.
Naye banyimirirawo ne basobola okwasaganya ensonga zange okakasa omulamuzi nti ampe chance munnyonnyole amanye amazima n'oluvannyuma asalewo ekituufu.
But Action Aid pressed on, and we remained in court for me to get justice.
Kale bamikwano neeyanziza.
She thanks all of you for listening to her. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, you've listened to a true testimony there. Nothing is made up, but her story only reflects a little bit of a fraction of what victims of or survivors of GBV actually go through. The moment you venture out to the ground, you'll be more surprised by what's happening down there. And like she has mentioned one issue of shelters. She kept reciting Action Aid because that particular shelter where she was is managed by Action Aid. There are various shelters managed by different entities, different partners across the country. And that's just one of them. And it's also a policy, it's under a policy by the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development in terms of responding to cases of GBV across the country. After listening to her, ladies and gentlemen, allow us pause a little bit. We shall get back and have a discussion around our testimony. But allow us pause a bit and go into the official opening. And we are going to have only two slots of remarks. One by the UNDP resident representative, and thereafter we shall have the official opening done by the Honorable Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development. So I want to know from my IT team whether the UNDP resident representative is online now, so we can listen to her. IT.
Mr. Moderator, can you hear me? We are online. I'm online.
I hear you loud and
Mr.
clear.
Moderator, can you hear me?
Thank you so much for joining us, and I'd like to thank you for holding on there for all this long. I noticed that we were with you as early as 8 a.m. You are one of those early persons to join us, and I'd like to thank you. The Honourable Minister is already here, but before she delivers her official opening remarks, may we take a moment to listen to you. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Honorable Betty Amongi, Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development, honorable members of Parliament, Mr. Agri Chibenge, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, officials from various government ministries, departments and agencies, the representative of the European Union to Uganda, development partners, including my colleagues from the United Nations family, our representatives, civil society organizations, the media, GBV survivors, and all distinguished participants, both physically and virtually. Good afternoon to you all. Honorable permanent members of Parliament, I couldn't join you physically because of conflicting schedules, but I'm glad that due to digitalization, we can connect with each other. On behalf of the United Nations Development Family and our larger United Nations family, I'm delighted to join the seminal advocacy dialogue on how best to finance Uganda's efforts to stop gender-based violence. It is an honor to have an opportunity to engage with the honorable members of Parliament on behalf of the United Nations Development Programme and the United Nations system. Let me extend salutations to all members of Parliament present. I congratulate you on your electoral victory and wish you success as you discharge your noble duties in the August House. Honourable Minister, honourable members of Parliament, the development aspirations of any country cannot be achieved without its people, both men and women, and by extension, the gender dimensions of development. And let me take it a step further by saying our ability to invest in women's empowerment and women's equality is a foundation for a country's development. I grew up in a society where there was a saying by a Ghanaian and African scholar and educator who said that if you educate a woman, you educate a nation. So let's think about our mothers, our grandmothers, our sisters, our daughters, our aunties, and the roles they have played in our lives. Sadly, though, honorable parliamentarians, there is no greater threat to women's equality than violence. And I think we had a very passionate testimony early this afternoon when our sister spoke. Gender inequality increases violence, and the prevalence of violence compounds inequality. Gender-based violence transcends cultures, borders, and connects and context, keeping women and girls from pursuing and realizing their full social, economic, and political potential. Having said this, I wanted to applaud the government of Uganda for the leadership on gender equality and women's empowerment over the years. Let me cite a few of the things that the government has done that we applaud and that we are connected to and we want to continue to support. First, Uganda has enabling frameworks for gender equality and women's empowerment. For instance, a gender-sensitive constitution of 1995, the National Gender Policy, the National Policy on Elimination of Gender-Based Violence 2019, and the third National Development Plan, amongst others. Second, Uganda has embraced gender and equity budgeting. The Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development issues a gender and equity certificate to ministries after demonstrating the integration of gender issues in plans and budgets. I commend the 9th Parliament for enacting an enabling provision on gender and equity in the Public Finance Management Act 2015. Third, Parliament of Uganda has also put in place enabling structures for legislation, such as the Sectoral Committee on Gender, Labor and Social Development, and the Standing Committees on Equal Opportunities and that on Human Rights. In addition, the Uganda Women Parliamentary Association, UOPA, is in place to caucus, lobby, advocate, and ensure the engendering of legislative processes. And UNDP appreciates the recognition presented by UOPA to us at the end of the term of the previous parliament for the strong partnership we have had together. And to all UOPA members, thank you. We appreciate you for this. Honorable members of parliament, I just wanted to say two quick things in terms of some of the progress the government has made. One is on the National Coordination Mechanism on Gender-Based Violence Prevention under the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, which includes a national gender-based reference group and the medical legal working group. We've also seen the great work that has been done by civil society, and I'm glad we're also hearing about Action Aid there, who have been doing substantive work in terms of supporting a number of issues around gender-based violence, including in humanitarian and refugee setting. Amongst this, service protocols, guidelines, training, mentorship, and we as a United Nations family continue to work with them. Honorable Minister and honorable members of parliament, this dialogue is timely, especially as the unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic continues to fuel gender-based violence globally and in Uganda. Even before the COVID pandemic hit, globally, 1 in 3 women experience some form of violence in their lifetime. 1 in 6 have been sexually assaulted, often by somebody they know. And countless others live in fear from violence in our societies. Since the pandemic, with lockdown measures, countries around the world have seen an alarming rise in violence against women, especially domestic violence. Such violence is a gross violation of fundamental human rights with severe long-term negative impacts on the physical and psychological well-being of the survivors. And I think we heard the testimony today. But importantly also, such violence impedes our national development aspirations. The situation in our beautiful pearl of Africa is not different. As we continue to read about the alarming and rising prevalence rates of violence against women and children. As you know, the Uganda Police Force reported a rise in gender-based violence-related cases from 40,913 in 2019 to 44,652 in 2020. And these are cases that have been reported, let alone those that have not been reported. And we have also seen domestic violence cases rise. And behind these statistics, honorable members of parliament, is a face. It's a face of a woman. It's a face of a sister. It's a face of a mother. It's a face of a daughter. It's a face of an auntie. And this afternoon, we also heard that testimony through our sister. Gender-based violence has huge social and economic implications. And the cost of gender inequality and gender-based violence in Uganda is significant. For example, the World Bank reported in 2017 shows that women who were married early, if they had avoided child marriage, we could have gained a lot economically as a country. Also, ending child marriage and associated childbirth could lead to welfare benefits for Uganda of about $2.4 billion in purchasing power parity by 2030. So it is important, as we discuss this subject, that the high prevalence rate that we have is also due to some of the institutional challenges, and let me name a few. First is the low conviction rate of gender-based violence cases, particularly sexual violence, which is helping entrench a perception of impunity. And I think when our sister spoke, she talked about the fact that with what happened to her, the person only got 4 years in prison. Now, these are things that we need to work on. It calls for enhancement of the justice system to hold perpetrators of gender-based violence and sexual violence accountable. The second is limited institutional readiness to prevent and respond to gender-based violence, largely due to resource constraints and misaligned budgets. Uganda's voluntary National Sustainable Development Goal Review report acknowledges the progress that the country has made on gender mainstreaming, but at the same time, it also calls for more investments and financing in that area. So having given that context, let me now turn my attention, honorable members of parliament, around the question around finance, and which brings us around the table today, and how can we continue to work together, and how can you continue to support the cause as honorable members of parliament? Please allow me to mention a few things very quickly in the interest of time. First is the recognition that gender-based violence is a multi-pronged development challenge with different dimensions linked to it, social, economic, political, amongst others. Now, this recognition in itself is a good start for the conversation. And I recall when I was growing up, my teacher said to me, understanding a problem in itself is a pass. In other words, our ability to appreciate that we have an issue here, which is linked to our national development processes, is one that is important for us. So that calls for a whole of government approach and a whole of society approach as we find resolutions to these challenges. The second thing that I wanted to highlight is your support to us and to the cause around increasing budget allocation to gender-based violence issues. There is a need to make national budgets completely gender responsive to deliver sustainable impact on our development goals, our National Development Plan 3, and our Vision 2040. The National Budget Framework Paper for financial years 2019-2020 and 2023-2024 noted that sectors such as tourism, trade and industry, information communication technology, works and transport, and accountability have registered low scores in the ranges of 60 to 70%, in some cases, noticeable declines with regard to the level of compliance when it comes to gender responsive budgeting. And here we need your support as well, compared to previous years. The Social Development Sub-Program, which addresses gender equality, has in recent years also experienced a decline in budget allocation. The difference between funding needs to address greater inequality, gender inequality, and the actual budget allocation in financial year 2021-2022 is about 1.192 billion Uganda shillings. So increasing budget allocation is the second point that I wanted to raise, honorable members of parliament, for your consideration. The third thing is your advocacy role. We had an assessment last year led by the government with the support of the United Nations and the European Union around a Spotlight initiative. It revealed that most agencies with key mandates on gender-based violence have funding gaps. For example, the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution had a funding gap of about 1.35 billion Uganda shillings, cumulatively between 2018 to 2021. As members of parliament who deliberate on the government's annual budget, you need to take cognizance of these funding gaps with the hope that with anticipated incremental economic recovery from COVID-19, the government will be able to address financial gaps for priority interventions to prevent and respond to gender-based violence. This will also require that we are explicit on addressing specificities related to gender-based violence. Gender-based violence prevention and response intervention should explicitly be defined in plans and budgets of all ministries. So we just need to go beyond the generic title, gender, and then see what is behind it. Very quickly as well, I wanted to talk about the support to NDP3 implementation, which is one of the areas that we believe very strongly is very aligned to the subject that we are talking about today. While the NDP3 recognizes the need for mindset change to combat gender-based violence for development, the structures mandated with this role are grossly underfunded. For example, support to the community-based services department, police and probation officers, and many of such institutions and structures still struggle with funding. And here again, for our NDP3 to work, for the programs to work, all the 20 or so programs, we need to ensure that there's funding for that as well. But finally, let me also say that this work will call for very robust partnership strategy that brings ministries, departments, and agencies together with Parliament, as well as with development partners, whether bilateral, multilateral development partners, private sector, civil society, to be together and as we work together on this particular one cause. And one of the major programs that the government, together with the EU and the United Nations family, have been partnering on is on the EU Spotlight Initiative. And this is something that we need to upskill, and we need more partnership around that. So let me, as I conclude, Honourable Minister, Honourable Members of Parliament, let me say that as the United Nations family and the United Nations Development Programme, we are very much committed to this cause. And to a partnership with the three arms of government, the executive, the legislature, and judiciary. As I'm addressing members of Parliament, I can also state that we envision deepening this partnership through our UN Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework, which is a broad framework that brings all the United Nations agencies together in a coordinated and integrated way to support issues, including those related to gender-based violence. From our side as UNDP, there's a lot of work that we have done to support that, right from the 1980s contribution to the establishment of the ministry itself, work with the private sector where we are promoting together with the UN family what we call a gender equality and certification program. In other words, for private sector, we are making sure that they also address issues of gender-based violence, issues around, gaps in payments and wages and salary, making sure that women also are at around the decision-making table. And we believe that that is where the structural transformation needs to happen. And through our own programs, our country program document 2021 to 2025, whether it's in the area of energy and climate change, whether it's in the area of governance and peace, whether it's in the area of growth, we have made sure that issues around gender are very, very strongly integrated. So let me finally conclude by saying that the United Nations family will continue to address issues of gender-based violence through our cooperation framework, which I said earlier. We as UNDP would actively support this. We will continue to work with you all, the private sector, religious leaders, traditional leaders, to make sure that the leadership role of the government of Uganda in promoting gender equality and addressing gender-based violence would be achieved. Honourable Minister, I want to once again express sincere appreciation through you to the government of Uganda, but also the leadership role that the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development is providing in terms of advancing this dialogue and this cause. And once again, honourable members of Parliament, it's been a great pleasure and a humbling opportunity to say a few words for your consideration. And we know that you are in a very strategic position to influence the discourse, to influence the discussions, and to help us address a fundamental issue which we need to be able to resolve as we push forward our national development aspirations. So once again, thank you very much.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Ms. Elsie, for those remarks. And ladies and gentlemen, without wasting much time, may I take the honor to invite the Honourable Minister to officially set us rolling. With your permission, Honourable.
Thank you very much. My colleagues MPs, I see the time. I don't know whether you will retain these members. But I was here a little bit earlier asking whether I should be here at 9 or 9:30. But by 10, when I was told it wasn't possible, I had to go to a function for Equal Opportunities Commission. So my colleagues, I didn't run away from you. I had to go to to launch the 8th report for Equal Opportunities Commission. That's why I'm late. But I want to first of all start by thanking the members of parliament for being here. By the time I arrived, there was a very heated debate on OWEP and how it should be retained, and the issue of GVB, and I want to thank members for the commitment. Some of you we have been with, you have remained steadfast, committed. An honorable member for Nakaseke said we are all victims, and I was waiting to hear from her. Maybe at a certain time we are going to hear from her. But nonetheless, I want to reiterate the importance of members of parliament in the issue related to gender-based violence and financing the activities. When I came, members have indicated the meager resources that the community development officers are given. And yet, linkages with the community are with the community development officers. And when you go to your constituency, most of the issues that you are faced with are issues of women, issues of youth, and most of the struggle for many members of parliament is what program can I initiate for women, for youth, for persons with disability, for elderly. I think that's what occupies members in their constituency. So if we package well, I think we are going to get the support of members of parliament and continue to have them as advocates. Members of parliament are very critical in policy and legal framework. And there are already issues I have been hearing here on how to handle policy framework, legislation that would come, and already there exists certain legal frameworks like the 1995 Constitution, other policy framework for gender equality, for gender-based violence handling. Of course, I had members already, the lady who testified is telling us that sometimes we can have institutions, sometimes we will have all the structures, but how does it work to respond to the needs of the people? When you go to police and you report a case, are you likely going to be handled or not? I think that's the point she was raising. The system, the institution, are they functioning to address gender-based violence? Sometimes you reach there, police will say, I don't have fuel. Then you have to start running around to put fuel. You reach there and other problems arises. Maybe even the form, the police form 3, is it? And then you are, because you are supposed to go and photocopy. Then in a rural area over where this one is a worker, I don't know where they deep down there in Nakaseke, in the let's use the islands, and maybe there's even no power. Where are you going to photocopy? Then they are telling you, you go and have a medical examination to confirm. Then you start asking now, this is a woman without money, but is supposed to go and get a report, get examined, and bring a report. You reach an health center, the health center, they said, but we don't have a doctor. We only have nurses. And maybe the form is supposed to be signed by So I think the institutions, this program of ours, which is with our partners of EU and UN, let us look at some of these practicalities of how to make the system work for those who are reporting cases. Yes, we appreciate for her, she has testified how ActionAid, is it ActionAid, that supported her, took her to the shelter. So again, that coordination, we need coordination with partners, with actors, with NGOs, so that we don't duplicate activities. For instance, if someone is handling shelter, can someone make sure that a partner has in all those areas the forms for the women who report, or even the men? Because we assume that majority of the victims are women, but also there are some men. There are also children. So I think that is very important in ensuring that the system works for survivors, and harmonizing actors and their intervention is very important. I don't want to go to data and statistics, which is in the speech that I'm supposed to deliver, but I want to request fellow members of parliament that for us, ours is majorly how do we support the ministry, how do we support the actors to make sure that the budget allocation, the policy, the legal framework that might be required to be put in place can gain momentum on the floor of parliament. How do we advocate for it? Because there are even people who don't believe in it. There are members of parliament who still believe, like we were arguing one time, then members of parliament from Karamoja asked that, but how will you know? For us in Karamoja, you have to run, you have to wrestle a woman. How will you know that it is violence? It is our culture. So you will still find members of parliament who might still feel that it is not, if it is cultural, why should you? So we need to engage our fellow members of parliament to ensure that efforts to address gender-based violence is first of all embraced by all members of parliament, and that when we bring issues around gender-based violence on the floor, there is support. Of course, there are private sectors, there are institutions, traditional institutions. They respect you, members of parliament. There are certain traditions that are still very entrenched that requires changing. You have the female genital mutilation. During the embalo, they call it embalo. That one. Those are traditions that becomes very difficult. I remember when we had lockdown, and they came and made a very strong case why, even during COVID, they should permit them to continue. So while we will say, let us support culture, there are certain cultures that are subjugating and increasing violence. Can we engage as members of parliament when you are in your constituency? Have a courtesy call to the cultural leaders, talk to them, let them be advocates when they go to functions as cultural leaders. We can use your influence in society to change the perception and to let the cultural leaders, the religious leaders, because you're always engaging with them, to change those attitudes as part of the roles. Of course, issues around budget, planning, very strategic, and its roles of members of parliament. At an appropriate time as a ministry, we are going to come to let the various sectors and ministries, but also members of parliament, know what is important for us that we want to prioritize in the budget But on OWEP, Uganda Women's Fund, the cabinet under the parish development model approved that 30% of the money that will be at parish level shall be reserved for women. 30%. Then 30% will be reserved for youth. Again, under youth, you will have both girls and boys. Then 10% will be reserved for persons with disability, which again is women and men. So if you look at the parish development model, it means 70% of the financing under parish development model will be for the special interest groups. There, and OWEP, when I did a calculation, we had 32 billion under OWEP. But if parish development model will have 100 per parish, with the 32 billion, when I calculated to spread it throughout the parishes in Uganda, it was giving me 2 million per parish. But under the parish development model, if you have 100 million, then you are going to have 30 million reserved for women. Then you have another 30 million reserved for youth. Out of that, at least you can make sure half of the 30 million goes to the girls. Then 10 million is reserved for persons with disability. Again, persons with disability who are women can get another 5%. When you calculate and we mobilize properly with a good strategy, women at a parish level will have at least 40 to 50% of that money at a parish level. The good thing with the parish development model, they have now given Ministry of Gender to be the one to supervise and come with guidelines on how women will access that fund at parish. The structure under Ministry of Gender is the one supposed to monitor and make sure that women and the special interest groups that have been allocated 70%, it is our responsibility to make sure that it works. So we are going to be working with you, members of parliament, to make sure that it works. The guidelines, we will consult you. Very soon I will come to you at your regional parliamentary groups on the parish development model, especially on going to sensitize your community. We are going to involve you to sensitize the community because we are the one spearheading and aiding the mindset change. And we have been given financing by government in the budget to undertake awareness creation, mobilization, and sensitization of community. So, and from here, I'm actually going to office to meet the women, the executive of WOPA, so that I let them know to start. If election is has taken place, then we see how the women will make sure that in each of your districts, you become people who will be like our eyes on the ground. So we'll work together. Equally, still under that parish development model, we are looking at OWEP still remaining with some skeleton function, especially skilling, because we want to say that part of that money has been skilling women. So we want to retain some skilling finances under OWEP. Therefore, honorable colleagues, you will remain a big pillar in both anchoring at district level, at parish level, sub-county and national level in supporting us to ensure that gender-based violence is framed within the national architecture, but also under the parish development model in issues to do with the providing services for healthcare and psychosocial support and issues of justice to survivors. So we will continue to engage. I don't want to go so much. We will continue to engage. And I want to thank the EU and the UN for this initiative of the Spotlight, which brings partners together to coordinate them, but also to advocate for financing and come up with strategy on how we can together ensure that we handle this very important area of gender-based violence and mobilization. I know it is supposed to be an opening, but looking at the time, I want to say this is to declare it open, but also when you finish, it is also closed. I thank you.
Hello. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for officially opening this and closing it in the future. I want to thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's true that we are running very late on time, and I want to invite just one presentation for 10 minutes strictly. Then we have a general discussion on way forward together, and then close this up. So I'm thinking within 30 minutes we should be done. And without wasting much time, I want to invite our next presenter, Mr. Katunji Brian, to present a policy brief on the National GBV VAC Multi-Sectoral COVID-19 Response Plan 2021-2024. 10 minutes, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Minister, Honorable Members of Parliament, our UN fraternity online, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. I would see most of the members of Parliament are moving out, but I'm going to be brief. I'm also here to discuss with the members of Parliament, and I'm seeing a court, most of them are moving out, on the key programming aspects. Okay, you're most welcome. Karibu sana. The key programming aspects, particularly during COVID-19, I want to mention in 1 or 2 minutes that I've heard the comments from the members of Parliament, and those are pertinent comments. On the key programming aspects of the GBV violence against children, most of our speakers have talked about gender-based violence. But there is a very key important aspect about violence against children, which actually needs to be observed by the members of Parliament, as well as gender-based violence and key programming aspects that needs to be supported. Of course, most of us are aware that violence against children, our child definition by the Uganda policy is a person below the age of 18, and we are talking about adolescents and young girls. And when we look at the COVID-19 period, most of us are aware that there has been a lot of teenage pregnancy, underage pregnancy happening, and that is something that is pertinent for national programming as well, including gender-based violence. Our key participants have mentioned about the increasing cases of gender-based violence during COVID-19. We have talked about the police annual crime report. I'm not going actually to repeat some of this information, save the time. But let us members to say that there has been increasing cases of gender-based violence and violence against children. And if I can look at our report, we have UNFPA projects that by 2030, we are going to see 13 million child marriages and 7 million unintended pregnancies happening. And because of that, we need to look at the programming aspect. What needs to be done to end child marriages? What we need to do to look at the child pregnancies that happened during COVID-19? What are we going to do with those numbers of children who have gotten pregnant during this particular period? We could call them survivors of gender-based violence and child marriages. So what are we planning to do for them? And what would be the cost of inaction if we don't respond to gender-based violence happening? And looking at that, I need to join also a member from National Planning Authority who talked about the effect of gender-based violence to our national economy, to the family, also to the nation as large. We know that at the family level, when gender-based violence happens, it disrupts what you call family production. And we know that our families produce close to 70% of our national agriculture export, which in turn translates to 25% of our national GDP. Now you can imagine what gender violence does at a family level. It disrupts family production, and we know that the family has been a very important unit of producing the national agriculture export. And so, which actually is estimated to 25% of the national GDP. So if that continues, you can see what is going to happen to our national economy in terms of our national GDP. But also at the same time, you're also aware that our colleague from National Planning Authority mentions the cost of gender-based violence and violence against children to the national economy. I had her talking close to billions and billions of money that the government incurs. And there is also the cost gender-based violence has on what you call the family expenditure, what you call out-of-pocket expenditure. There are those studies which have been done, and we know that the national out-of-pocket expenditure increases. For example, they have to go for treatment, they have to go for those particular services, as well as the national economy. I'm not going back into those costs because they have been well explained by our colleague from National Planning Authority. So by and large, gender-based violence and violence against children affects the family, affects the national economy, also affects even the children. There are actually scientific studies which indicate that when a child is born in a family which is violent, he's likely also to become violent in the near future. And so when you see most children turning into violence extremism, this is because they're exposed to families where there was gender-based violence. So you can see, so because of that, the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development and partners developed what you call the multi-sectoral COVID-19 Gender Response Plan. And the Gender Response Plan, the multi-sectoral gender-based violence and violence against children multi-sectoral response plan is multi-sectoral in nature. It brings on board different members. It brings on board the Minister of Health. It brings together the Minister of Education. It brings together the ODPP, the Minister of Justice, and others, the Minister of Education and others, as the Assistant Commissioner mentioned earlier along. So it is multi-sectoral in nature because each ministry or each department and CSOs has a role to play. For example, when a child is affected by gender-based violence, there are those services that are required immediately, for example, for treatment. There are those services that are also required maybe when in times of justice, investigation, and others. Our Assistant Commissioner mentioned all those particular services. And we know that we are aware that children will be going back to school, and there's been now how to handle the children who have been pregnant, how to reintegrate them back into the school system. So the ministry also has put up a number of services, including mentor mothers. How are they going to prepare the children who are mothers to go back in class and study with others? So there's been a continuum of services that have. So because of that and the effect, the ministry has developed what you call the COVID-19 response plan. It's a multi-sectoral in nature. And the purpose of the response plan is to strengthen multi-sectoral response to GBV cases arising out of COVID-19 through a coordinated and timely response and mitigation of its effects. Of course, they did explain that GBV or violence against children, the response has to be multi-sectoral in nature. It cannot be done by the Minister of Gender alone. The Minister of Gender coordinates the response, but there are services which are provided by different line ministries, including the Minister of Health, including the Justice Center, the jail sector, including the Minister of Education and others. So there are various institutions or MDAs that provide services, and the role of Minister of Gender will be to coordinate those particular services. And so there is a science that is looked at when we are looking at implementation. We know that we are confronted with a number of survivors. The number of girls have gotten pregnant during COVID-19, the number of victims of gender-based violence. So the first part of the first line of intervention is to respond to those cases, to those survivors, giving them services. For example, the rape cases need to be provided PrEP, pre-exposure prophylaxis, they need to be treated, and others. And so that will be the Minister of Health doing that. And so there are services that are required when a survivor, when a GBV survivor, when a person is exposed to gender-based violence. So there are those immediate services that will be required. But the another part is that we cannot wait to see most people get affected by gender-based violence, and we sit and wait for women and children to be violated, and then we give services. We have to respond and give prevention. We have to do prevention. It may not be good to sit down and wait and say, okay, let's wait and see most of the girls being raped and that, most of women being battered and that. So we have to do the preventive part. So as we are responding to those survivors, giving them those particular services, we need to do the prevention aspect of it to ensure that there's no more occurrences happening. So another part of the intervention that the Minister of Gender and other partners are looking at is increasing national prevention and response against gender-based violence and violence against children during COVID-19, and also looking at recovery. Then the third part, which was actually mentioned by the Minister, is access to justice, to ensure that those survivors are fully protected and through the justice system, and the perpetrators are brought to justice. So there are key parts that the response plan is looking at. The first part is to respond immediately to those survivors through giving them a number of services. But the second one is the preventive aspect, that the government will not sit to wait to see most children and women and being violated. They have to make sure that there is prevention for other further occurrences. And the third one is to ensure that the survivors access justice. So what is the theory of change that they're looking at? The first part is to address the immediate effect. When somebody is affected, you have to respond quickly. Then the second part will be providing the medium-term preventive interventions. And the last part is the long-term interventions. Of course, we realize that those are the services that are required, the immediate, the medium-term, and addressing. Now, for example, addressing the issues of poverty is not an immediate issue. It is something that may be medium-term or long-term. But what would be an immediate issue to a survivor is maybe to access services, treatment, and rehabilitation like that. And so the whole process of programming would be sequencing programming along the medium-term, the short-term, medium-term interventions aligned with the COVID-19 response. And so MDAs will be responsible for mobilizing resources. The implementation level will be at the line ministry. We are not looking at Minister of Gender implementing the GB national response. Each ministry or MDA will be responsible for implementing the various aspects. For example, the Minister of Health are tagged with the responsibility of implementing issues related to health. For example, screening the survivors, treating them, those that have been raped, giving them pre-exposure prophylaxis, and others. The Minister of Education will be tagged with an activity of ensuring that those girls who are pregnant are integrated back into the school system and are counseled. The Justice Center will be responsible for ensuring that the perpetrators are put back into justice. And so the implementation will be at an MDA level, at a ministry level, and the ministries will be responsible for mobilizing resources, making sure that those interventions are integrated within the line ministries. And then at a national level, which will be the Minister of Gender, we have the COVID-19 reference group that will be responsible for high-level and national coordination, both at the national and district level, as well as regional monitoring of the activities. Our members talked about coordination of activities, and that will be done at the national level. And finally, the number of activities which have been proposed under each, I'm not going through that, but realize if you can look at, I don't know, it has not been projected, the activities should be done by the Minister of Health. For example, responding to the victims and giving them services. There will be activities which will be provided by Minister of Gender. For example, the Minister of Gender director will be providing the shelters, ensuring that the victims are rehabilitated and provided other services. There are services that will be provided by ODPP, and that somebody mentioned about the capacity. Now we realize that each institution has varying capacities. a member of parliament mentioned about the trainings. Now, under this programming, we realized that under each MDA will be responsible for identifying different capacities and then training the constituencies. The Minister of Education, the Minister of Health will be training its officers to be able to investigate and as well as to take on the evidence. And there will be the training going there. But the training will be done by the Minister of Health. The Minister of Education has already a system of mentor mothers and system and the policies of training the constituents to ensure that when the girls are integrated back to school, they are given the services. The ODPP will be training its service providers, the judges and others, and prosecutors to ensure that they are doing their part. So the training will be cutting across. So there are a number of activities. One member of parliament mentioned about the issues about male engagement. That the issues of gender is not necessarily about a women issue, it's not about a girl issue alone. Gender means both male and female. The Minister of Gender has a male engagement strategy which will be implemented nationally to ensure that the issues of men are well taken care of. Because you know men at the same time are the perpetrators, at the same time are victims as well. So the Minister of Gender has a male engagement strategy that will be implemented to ensure that males are well integrated in the programming aspect as well. And there are issues concerning teenage pregnancies and ending child marriages. Those are interventions that will be implemented to ensure that they are done. So it is called the Minister of Health, the Minister of Gender, through other stakeholders, developed what we call a response plan, the COVID-19 response plan. And it is a response plan, it is not a strategy, meaning that they agreed to have a set of interventions for the first 3 years to ensure that they have a starting point. The issue has been that there has been an issue of implementing too many issues and they never reach anywhere. So the ministry has piloted the first response plan and those particular interventions, and that will be the first piloting phase. And so when it is done, they will be reviewed, and then they will inform another level. So basically, that's about the Minister of the multi-sectoral response plan, COVID-19 response plan, that the government wants to implement for the first 3 years. And I did mention that it's aligned to NDP 3, because the NDP 3 has the target of reducing GBV by 15% or 13%. So basically, that is a brief outline of the government response plan as a starting point to respond to the increasing cases of GBV over cases happening during the COVID-19 period. And I want to thank your members.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to thank you so much for keeping good time. You actually spared me a few minutes. I love that. Ladies and gentlemen, we have had a testimony. We have heard from Mr. Katunji. Let's have a very quick wrap-up of those issues. And if there are any key points that you would like to raise before we close this, you raise them, because the rapporteur is taking now notes on the way forward. How do we move from here? That's what I want us to discuss. Okay, we start here, Honorable.
Thank you so much. My name is Chirabo Agnes, the Youth MP for Central Region. I wanted to comment on the testimony first. But first of all, let me thank the initiators of this that have taken step to bring us here and discuss on such important matters of GBV. My comments, first of all, I want to stress much on the causes of GBV. As you know, honorable members and other colleagues who are here, that most of the affected area of GBV are the youths, which I'm concerned about because I'm their representative. But the youths are faced by corruption right from police, to the judges, wherever they go to report to. And we do not know how we are going to handle this because corruption has hit everywhere. You even had the lady who testified also talking about it. Then the other thing, in the workplaces, there is lack of camera monitoring. And I really pray that if they could emphasize cameras at every workplace, maybe it could solve some of these issues. Then lack of awareness or sensitization down there. Before we do anything, we should create awareness to the victims, to the people down there. Now, so many young people, young children, young mothers have been affected in this pandemic, in these lockdowns we've been having, the two lockdowns we've had due to COVID. But they do not know where even to report to because, first of all, they will not be helped at the police. So they do not know what to do. Some years back, I used to see some sensitization charts, like the ones they've given us in the bags. But my request is if we could have them in different languages. Because some people down there do not know English, do not speak English. So if we could have them in Uganda, we could have them in Lusamia for the member of Namayengo who also raised some issues in his area. So I think that one can also help. And we sensitize those people down there about the way to go if they face such challenges. So that is what I wanted to put up, and I thank you.
Very good. I noticed that you encourage us to increase on the IEC materials, have them translated in different languages, but also you challenge the duty bearers along the response path. Very good. There was another hand around here. Yes, please.
Thank you. And my name is Taka Agnes, the woman member of parliament, Mujiri district. It's a pleasure for me to participate in this meeting because whatever we are discussing is very, very pertinent to our nations. My concern about the whole issue of GBV, the question that we were asking, what needs to be done? I would like to suggest to the Ministry of Gender the issue of mobilization around all these issues of gender-based violence and other social issues that affect our country. I think there is a way we take them as multi-sectoral, the way somebody else was presenting, I think my neighbor here. And in such a way we lose focus of the real ministry that is in charge of mobilizing the community. It is only the Ministry of Gender, which has staff that go up to the district with the responsibility of mobilizing the community. But what happens is that these people are not facilitated. Can we come up with a strategy? I'm sure the Committee of Gender will support, but can we come up with a strategy that we can convince cabinet to embrace, such that we have mobilizers up to the grassroots? I always refer to the vaccination success in the Ministry of Health. Can we have or revive the volunteers under Ministry of Gender up to the grassroots? But this time around, ensure that they have a specified target for them to deliver. For instance, if we had maybe 5 volunteers per village. And those 5 volunteers are assigned to maybe each with 25 households. After 5 years, what would have happened in those households? And they are talking about not only GBV, they're talking about sexual issues, but also development issues. Because this whole thing entangles in our poverty levels, because the way we live in our households in the village, the most affected children are children of the poor. They sleep in grass-thatched houses, and they can't share those houses with their children. So the children sleep outside in another grass-thatched house or in the kitchen. So whatever happens at night, the parents don't know. Those who are well-to-do sleep with their children in the same houses. And when you're in your bedroom and you hear your child's bedroom being opened, you will get concerned. What is happening? So much as we have gender-based violence among the well-to-do, it is affecting more the children of the poor. So can we have a strategy that goes down to the grassroots, that is well facilitated? I believe that the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development is not yet convinced that the social work has a contribution to make in the development of our country. And I always get not very happy with the president's strategy of facilitating scientists. I believe that a number of problems that we have in our country, that we are facing at the grassroots, that have failed this country to take off, could be addressed by the social workers if they are well facilitated. I don't know when the CDOs last got motorcycles. And even when they have them, they are never fueled. It is up to them to service them. I thank you. That is my submission.
Thank you, Honorable, for that submission. Very strong indeed. We need to elevate the profile of social work and the social workers, she says, facilitating them. She talks about motorcycles. As Honorable MPs, that's a very good point, by the way. If you thought about all the CDOs we have in the country, slightly above 2,000, if you allocated them about 10 billion or 9 or so, all of them would have motorcycles. And this would go a long way in ensuring that they move from point A to B to mobilize, like you say, the communities for the government's agenda. Okay. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you so much. Very briefly adding to what my colleague has just put forward. Few areas. How do we ensure? I know that we need concrete evidence. We need data. We want to hear more testimonies. But how are we protecting the survivors? How do we, for example, ensure that my daughter here, while she's giving her testimony, going out to the public, she's protected from a possibility of reoccurrence coming from alleged perpetrators or perpetrators, for example? I think that is very critical, because sometimes people will come up and share their stories of physical violence, stories of rape, but out there are people who didn't know, probably, and then they'll be like, hey, so you mean you went through this? It begins to spark another incident of violence. How do we protect our survivors, even when we listen to their stories? And also with the media team, I think it's going to be very important that while we engage, we ensure that they are trained, and how they relay it, it is done in a way which protects the dignity and confidentiality issues. The other areas I was looking at, which is highlighted on this is about the mass media programs, the sensitization. I think when we focus only on print and electronic media, we may be missing out on some of our people down there, the deep field locations, those who are not even exposed to the print and mass media. How do we ensure that we are having or employing different strategies that will ensure that the messaging that we put across is reaching out to the last person on the ground? I know that there are different strategies, and I would implore the consultant to support us to work together with the ministry to ensure that we pull out some of those strategies for prevention, which are measurable, that when we are getting started, we first do a kind of survey. Then we know this is where we are starting from. 2 or 3 years down the road, do we have a shift, for example, in knowledge or in attitudes or behaviors? I think it would be very critical. Otherwise, when we are looking at print mass media, maybe it's a one-off talk show, we may not be able to really realize. Same with the male engagement. I know that our neighbors, for example, in Rwanda, I think they are kind of, they've moved some steps. Are there things we could borrow? What are those strategies that we're going to be using to engage our male allies, the agents of change, the champions, in a way that is systematic and also measurable? Thank you.
Okay, very good points right there. Is there another point, another hand coming up? If no, allow me invite the Commissioner for Gender and Women Affairs, if she's online or if she's represented, to present to us the recommendations so far and way forward. And thereafter, we shall call it a morning. She's not online. Being represented by the Assistant Commissioner. I want to hand over the podium to, yes, Honorable. Oh, yes. Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you. Probation officers. She raises the point about probation officers. These are very, very critical personnel at that level. By the way, even the law gives them too much power in terms of resolving or handling these issues of GBV and violence against children. So probation officers are the other officers we need to put a keen eye on in terms of facilitating. Just like we are recruiting parish development officers because of parish development model, can we have the same proactiveness in recruiting probation officers? Because the law stipulates them clearly and their roles, responsibilities. And what they do goes a long way in ensuring that we manage, prevent, and resolve these issues of GBV and violence against children. So you raise a very key point. So for me, I already see that we are on the same page out of this meeting.
Just okay. Another quick one.
Okay.
Looking through this, I think there will be need for us to include something on data.
Okay.
For the consultant who has worked on this.
Brian.
When you move to the lower levels, the district levels, our team, I think we need to equip them, for example, on ensuring that we are capturing data. I know we have something that we shared in the report on the database, but GBVMS is one area which we need to really equip our team such that they're able to safely and ethically collect, analyze, store, but also share the data basing on the information sharing protocol in an ethical manner. I think if possible, we should be able to, to focus, to include that on this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Katunji, I hope you picked that very key point on data there. Thank you so much. If there is no other addition or comment, I want to hand over the floor to Commissioner Magicho Mukama to take us through a wrap-up of the highlights, really, of what we have agreed on and how we are going to move forward from here. I want to thank the online audience who have kept there up to now. Sheila. I'll hand over to Madam Maggie for now. Do you have any comments online, the online team, in the chat box? I'll quickly check that, Madam Maggie.
Thank you very much, Frank, and for ensuring that I stay safe at this podium.
Oh, yes, oh, yes.
Thank you so much.
Good seat.
Honorable members of parliament, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I've been tasked to wrap up the session. I've taken note of all the concerns, which were indeed very rich, well-informed and inspiring, as we expected from such a high-level participation in the form of MPs. So I'd like to summarize them, and where I have not done a good job, I can still be guided. In the area, I've put the recommendations, which are also part of the way forward, into 4 categories: financing, planning, capacity building, and then partnerships. So under the first category of financing, the key recommendations which came from the honorable members of parliament were that we have in place the Public Finance Management Act of 2015, and which has the provision for gender and equity budget compliance. Therefore, Parliament has committed or has been requested to focus on the issuance of the certificates to ensure that they include interventions to address gender-based violence, gender and equity budgeting in general, but also specifically gender-based violence. There was a recommendation that the Ministry of Gender be allocated adequate funding for the center activities as well as the structures in local government so that they conduct the effective mobilization down to the grassroots level. And the ministry should develop a clear strategy with the targets to be able to monitor, assess performance, including in the area of addressing GBV. Also on financing, there's a recommendation that we continue to support WEP, YLP, and other wealth creation programs to ensure that poverty is addressed, because it has been identified as one of the key underlying factors that drive gender-based violence in communities. And in that respect, and based on what the Honorable Minister presented, we put in place a clear strategy under the parish development model for the continuation of web programming to address these issues of poverty, GBV, and gender inequality in general. In the area of planning, as the second area of the recommendations, the honorable members have guided that we review the planning frameworks of MDAs and local government to see whether incorporation of interventions to address gender and GBV are there. And these planning frameworks include the ministerial policy statements that go to Parliament, the budget framework papers, and other policy documents that come to Parliament. There is a concern that policy implementation is a problem. We have good policies, like the policy for gender, the policy to address GBV, but implementation is a problem. We therefore need to look as a government on policy implementation, monitor the actions, and the plans, put in place the plans, clear plans to implement these policies. The issue has come up repeatedly from the honorable members that we need data and information to inform planning and budgeting, including research
and generating evidence to inform policy and planning. Honorable members have also guided that we should apply a multi-sectoral approach, that we are already using a multi-sectoral approach for GBV, addressing GBV, but we also need a survivor-centered multi-sectoral approach that includes the protection and dignity and safeguarding the confidentiality of the survivors. Under capacity building, honorable members of parliament have guided that we need to invest more in creating public awareness, using all the mechanisms available, including media, including development of IEC materials, translating them and simplifying them so that the general public in Uganda is aware of GBV, its causes, its magnitude, and what can be done. We should also address the corruption in public institutions, also need to unpack capacity building so that there's specific training for the healthcare providers, police, CDOs, probation officers, and as Honorable Sarah has said, we are now using the word the social welfare workforce. So that brings together CDOs, gender officers, anyone who is working in social mobilization is part of that workforce. So already something is being done, and maybe just to inform the honorable members of parliament that health has developed its own module for provision of healthcare providers, sensitizing them and giving them capacity on how to treat cases of GBV. Police also has its own module, and we have a module for the social welfare workforce. Honorable members have also said, which is part of the awareness, that social awareness mindset change for the general population. In that respect, we should also focus on male engagement to influence social norm change for better results to end the vice. And then also build capacity to generate data, analyze it, and disseminate it to inform the policies and programs that we're implementing. The fourth and last area is in partnerships, that we must continuously, and I think we have committed through our honorable minister here a few minutes ago, she committed that we are going to continuously engage with members of parliament who are key advocates and can influence planning, budgeting, and program implementation, to have continuous dialogue with them, just like in this forum, and make sure that we are together. That we need to strengthen national coordination mechanism, these high-level forum, the dialogues, the GBV reference group, and also in the local government level. We need to build synergies among MDAs and other stakeholders. This one was emphasized by our partner, Madam Elsie of UNDP, with all stakeholders, the donors, UN agencies, civil society, cultural traditional institutions, religious institutions, as also the Honorable Minister has said. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, that was what I was able to capture. Thank you so much.
A round of applause for Madam Maggie there. As always, very, very thorough on taking down records. Indeed, you have captured the records at this session perfectly. I don't think there is a participant here, a colleague here who would say my point was missed. But if you have heard and it's missing, please, you could raise it now. Otherwise, I would like to thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for turning up for this special session. I would like to thank the audience online. We're not going to have another closing ceremony because the Honorable Minister already did that. I want to take this opportunity to invite you for lunch. The ladies at the entrance will take care of that. And also to wish all of you a safe journey to where you're heading to. Till we meet again, thank you so much, including the audience online. Thank you for keeping online up to now. And I'd like to say, see you next time.